Welcome to the EUSAIR Stakeholders Conference, this time in a virtual setting, but we're certain it will be just as lively and constructive as usual. What we aim to do here is raise awareness and bring spotlights to the priorities and goals of the EUSAIR, or EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region, particularly regarding sustainable tourism and culture. We want to involve all those invested in this area to actively participate in the strategy with their experiences and contributions, but also encourage partnerships for future activities. Over the next few hours, we will hear, among others, from the strategy's national coordinators from Albania, Croatia, and Slovenia, as well as Mari Audren, Director General of the Association of Hotels, Restaurants, Bars and Cafes, HOTREC, and Eric Dressin, Secretary General of ECTA, the European Travel Agents and Tour Operator Associations. This conference is part of the EUSAIR Facility Point project, in which the Croatian Tourism and Sports Ministry is a partner. The project is financed by the Adrian Transnational Program. We are looking forward to a dynamic discussion on all that EUSAIR can do for cultural heritage and tourism in the future. Croatian Tourism and Sport Minister Nikolina Brnjac will open this conference, introduced by Mr. Slavomir Tokarski, EC's Director of European Territorial Cooperation, Macro Regions, Interreg and Program Implementation. Aside from our minister, who will speak via video message, we will also hear a video message from the Croatian Foreign Minister Gordan Grlić Radman. Instead of Minister Nataša Tramišak from the Ministry for Regional Development and EU Funds, we will hear Ms. Stella Arneri, the head of the ministry's Directorate for European Territorial Cooperation. Slavomir Tokarski joined the EC in 2004, working in the cabinet of the Regional Policy Commissioner, after which he headed a unit dealing with economic policy and EU funding coordination in DG Mare. He was later a director in DG Grow, in charge of industrial policy and innovation. And in 2021, he joined DG Regio as a director for the European Territorial Cooperation, Macro Regions, Interreg and Programs Implementation. So let's begin with a warm welcome to Mr. Tokarski, who will make his introduction. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And let me start by thanking you very much for this invitation to speak at the EUSAIR conference. I would have liked to give my speech in Rovinj, which I know quite well, but due to another surge of COVID cases we are seeing throughout Europe, it is not possible. But I'm glad that the organizers were able to move it to an online format. Now, rerouting tourism for a more sustainable macro region is the timely topic chosen for this conference. And there is a good number of reasons for this. The summer 2021 season has been critical for the rebound of the tourist ecosystem, given the disastrous results in 2020, where we saw a drop of 70% in revenues. Fortunately, in 2021, many travelers returned to Europe, particularly to its coastal regions, which witnessed a recovery close to pre-pandemic levels. Other regions were still struggling. To give an example, commercial flights to Greece were down only 7% in August 2021 compared to 2019. And the same goes for Croatia. Even though the waves of coronavirus have been sweeping across Europe, tourist arrivals during the summer were not much lower compared to the same period before the pandemic. Almost 1.8 million arrivals were recorded at accommodation establishments in September 2021. Moreover, the tourist season has been significantly extended, with many localities, for example in islands, having now more guests than ever. And in that context, from the very beginning of the crisis, the Commission was doing its utmost to re-establish trust in citizens for safe and healthy travels. The setup of the reopened EU website supported travelers in their considerations already during the summer 2020. And the website, followed by the application, was visited by 1 million people already during the first week after its launch. A crucial step was the delivery of vaccine doses to EU member states and the Western Balkans to make them rapidly available to citizens and those most vulnerable to the virus. Clearly, we all remember that in the beginning there were some hiccups and delays, but all in all, joint procuring certainly turned out to help delivering vaccines to all our countries on the same footing. And this was followed up by the rollout of the EU Digital COVID Certificate issued on 1st July 2021, right in time for the summer. And I think we all see how it is working now and how we would look like if every country does it on its own. On the other hand, business travels, an important branch of the tourist industry, is still struggling, and we are witnessing it ourselves following this meeting online instead of meeting in person in Croatia. Well, the Adriatic Ionian region is a true cultural melting pot, very much contributing to Europe being one of the most popular tourist destinations in the world. With its unique experiences from gastronomy to natural and cultural heritage, traditions, hospitality, historical sites, impressive coastlines, it acts as a magnet for a large variety of tourist experience. But tourism does not only contribute to countries' GDP, it also encourages people-to-people contacts. And these personal experiences bring us closer together and let us see that in Europe, we do not only share a common future, but also a common history and cultural influences. So we want people from all over the world to be able again to enjoy our cultural richness, but in a safe and resilient way. So what is next? First, the fight against COVID-19 remains a critical factor to restore people's confidence in safe travels. Therefore, the EU will continue to support vaccine production and distribution on a domestic and global level. We are not able to win the fight if we forget about our neighbors and partners. Second, at the COP26 meeting, President von der Leyen urged to keep the Paris Agreement to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, reminding us all that there is no time to waste. The tourist sector is a double-edged sword in this respect. It is highly vulnerable to climate change, but at the same time, it is a big contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and we cannot close our eyes to this. COVID-19 might have slowed down flight operations and tourist visitor numbers, but once the sector will fully recover, tourists cannot continue to be a major contributor to CO2 emissions. So the long-term recovery of the tourist ecosystem has to support the fight against climate change. The update of the EU industrial strategy highlights the need to accelerate the green and digital transitions and increase resilience. And this means giving priority to the ecosystems and sectors that face the most important challenges and have been most heavily affected by the crisis. Tourism has been recognized to be one of those critical ecosystems. Therefore, it has been tackled first by co-creating its transition pathway through a stakeholder consultation which ended in September 2021. The transition pathway outlines possible scenarios for a more resilient, sustainable, and innovative tourist ecosystem, which will and shall contribute to a shared vision for 2030. These scenarios rely on increased digitization, better management of tourist destinations, and mitigation of the detrimental impacts of tourism on the environment, human health, and local communities. So all those who see their future in tourism should take inspiration from the transition pathway for working on the revision of the EUSAIR that is about to be launched. We want this revision to be a bottom-up approach, involving all actors to adapt to new challenges for the Adriatic and Ionian region in tourism and beyond. And we have the ambition to expand, with the help of the EUSAIR, EU policies beyond EU borders, to promote enlargement and convergence in the region that needs these policies to reduce wide social and economic disparities. We also want young people to be part of the revision process, to have a direct impact on their own future. And this is why we are working closely with the Albanian presidency of the EUSAIR for the organization of a series of events dedicated to young people during the EUSAIR annual forum in May 2022, in cooperation with Tirana Youth Capital 2022. The enthusiasm and commitment to a greener, smarter, and more digital Europe has been expressed in many youth events I have attended throughout the year. And we, as policymakers, are called to listen to them and to give them the right room for participation. Also, in order to make our policies fit for the next generations. So the last session of today, panel 3, will be dealing with the revision of the EUSAIR. I encourage all of you to kickstart new trends and demands for a sustainable Adriatic and Ionian region that can be enjoyed by generations to come. Lastly, I would also like to use the opportunity to call on all key EUSAIR stakeholders, in particular the managing authorities and NIPACs, to make last adjustments for the embedding process. It is really a key to find a place for activities of macro-regional importance in mainstream programs under cohesion policy and under the IPA programming framework for 2021-2027. So thank you once more for your invitation, and I look forward to fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Takorski. The first session will discuss the issue of sustainable management of cultural routes in EUSAIR. Our partners from the strategy's member countries, as well as experts and cultural routes managers, will present best practices in storytelling and cultural tourism products on the routes. But of course, I think we should see the video message from our minister, Nikolina Brnjac.
Dear colleagues, dear EUSAIR members, dear participants, it is my pleasure to greet you at the opening of the Adriatic Ionian Region Stakeholder Conference. For more than a decade, European tourism has experienced continued growth, accounting for 10% of the EU's GDP and 12% to the EU employment, and the share of Adriatic and the Ionian region was significant. Tourism has traditionally been among the strongest industrial systems in our region. The pandemic has been very unkind to our sector, but it has also uncovered something that we haven't seen in years: our destinations without over-tourism. It has highlighted the evidence of negative effects of excessive tourism on the European natural, cultural, and historical heritage, as well as on the life of the local communities. To overcome this challenge, our common European, regional, as well as national efforts towards sustainable and responsible tourism must be focused and coordinated. In Croatia, a new strategy for development of sustainable tourism is under preparation. The goals of tourism development in Croatia until 2030 in the new strategy will be linked with investments from the Recovery and Resilience Fund, as well as with the multi-annual financial framework until 2027. We have an allocation of 2.2 billion kunas in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan for tourism, which is the largest package of direct support to Croatian tourism from European funds. Thanks to the funds we have at our disposal, we can plan investments in exactly the type of tourism we want in the long run, non-seasonal and not so dependent on sea and sun. These are investments in innovation, energy efficiency, use of sustainable energy sources, digital connectivity, and more efficient use of digital technologies. As you know, Croatia, together with Albania, coordinates Pillar 4 of the strategy, dealing with sustainable tourism and culture. I believe that our approach to the activities in this pillar responds to the needs of modern tourists to leave a green footprint while connecting with the local communities and cultures of the region. Taking care of the destinations of communities in the tourist destinations of our nature, and of our cultural heritage. We already recognize that our goals in shaping the future of tourism are highly compatible within the region, but also at the European level. The recovery and sustainable growth requires common understanding and commitment to our goals, as well as financial support. By cooperating and on macro-regional level, the impact of each single country's efforts will be multiplied to accelerate recovery and strengthen a more sustainable model for European tourism. To conclude, I want to thank you for your fruitful cooperation over the past years and to convey my best wishes for a productive and a successful conference today.
And now we will also hear a video message from the Croatian Foreign Minister, Gordan Grlić Radman.
Distinguished participants of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and the Ionian region Stakeholders Conference. It's my great pleasure to have the opportunity to welcome you this morning, although I regret very much I'm not able to do so in person in the beautiful town of Rovinj as originally planned. As you will be aware, this conference was switched to online mode only due to troubling developments with the COVID pandemic in Europe today. I'm grateful to the Croatian Minister of Tourism and Sport, Madam Nikolina Brnjac, who is co-chairing the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region sustainable tourism pillar, for deciding to go ahead with this conference despite the COVID-related circumstances. Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia, in the role of the EU strategy national coordinator, provides all support to the Ministry of Tourism and Sport in its activities arising from Pillar 4, coordination and EU strategy facility point project partnership. It should come as no surprise that Croatia's interest is sustainable tourism is high, having in mind the importance of tourism for our economy. Let me remind you that this topic was one of the priorities of our EU presidency last year. Many aspects of tourism go beyond national borders and need to be addressed in a broader sense, jointly between regions and states, and involving various sectors: governmental, civil society, business, academia, media, etc. This is why today's conference that is aiming to bring together all relevant stakeholders and facilitate discussion on some of the macro-regional aspects of sustainable tourism is even more important. It will address issues such as sustainable management of cultural routes, over tourism and post-COVID recovery, but also explore possibilities for adapting the priorities of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region to new European and global challenges and trends, such as digital and green transition. Macro-regional strategies of the EU were designed as a facilitator for closer cooperation and coordination of different stakeholders belonging to a particular geographical area in their efforts to share experience and know-how and look for joint solutions to common challenges. Global crises we are facing confirmed once again that cooperation and coordination are of paramount importance. And this is what macro-regional strategies deliver, and this is why they are important. I hope today's conference will be a success and that it will offer new insights and opportunities to learn and share for everyone involved. Thank you for your attention.
And now, instead of Minister Nataša Tramišak from the Ministry for Regional Development and EU Funds, we shall have Ms. Stella Arneri, the head of the Ministry's Directorate for European Territorial Cooperation.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, dear participants of EUSAIR Stakeholder Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you on personal behalf, but also on behalf of our Minister, Lady Minister Nataša Tramišak. The last 2 years have brought a series of challenges and created unprecedented situation caused by COVID-19 pandemic. And it is strong socioeconomic impact on the entire the Adriatic and Ionian region. So this situation has greatly affected one of the most important sectors in the region, the tourism sector. So tourism has always been a vibrant and connected hub that enables not just the exchange of goods and services, but also the exchange of ideas, experience, and talent. Even though this sector has faced immense disruption, not just in Adriatic and Ionian region, we are ready to do things differently and progressively. We will position ourselves at the forefront of change and be bold in offering new products and experiences to improve tourism and make it more sustainable. Today, we will discuss many challenges that lie ahead, together with their solutions and ways of improvement. Macro-regional strategies of the European Union address common challenges of the EU member states and non-EU member states, and jointly seek to strengthen coordination and cooperation for economic, social, and territorial cohesion. So in the post-2020 period, the achievements of macro-regional strategies will certainly largely depend on the way in which the European policies are going to be implemented. So the new financial perspective opens new possibilities for financing and for cooperation. But it is our obligation in the spirit of good neighborly relations between our countries to continue to think about how to connect national priorities with regional priorities so that they will contribute to the development of the regions and have a transnational impact. We want to be the best place to test sustainable solutions, new tourism products and experiences, enabling businesses from around the whole Adriatic and Ionian region to launch first-to-market solutions and innovations. Our industry partners have also taken active steps to move towards a more sustainable tourism. And this will be a new concept, solutions and strategies that bring together sustainability and commercial value to promote whole region as a green destination. So achieving the goals of sustainable development implies a partnership of governments, the private sector, civil society and citizens, of course, in order to ensure a better living environment for future generations. So in this sense, also the role of transnational and cross-border cooperation is of big importance. We will go a long way in changing our reality for the better. I wish you a lot of success in your further work, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Arneri. Now we will begin with our session. So the first one will discuss the issue of sustainable management of cultural routes in EUSAIR. Our partners from the strategy's members countries, as well as experts and cultural routes managers, will present best practices in storytelling and cultural tourism products on the routes. The discussion will be moderated by our guest, Dr. Stefano Dominioni, who is a director of the European Institute of Cultural Routes at the Council of Europe. Dr. Dominioni, who will also give us an introduction into this topic, is in charge of overseeing Council of Europe's certification of cultural routes across 47 member countries, as well as evaluating the currently certified 45 routes. He's responsible for cooperation with the EU and organizations such as UNESCO, OECD, and UNWTO. Mr. Dominioni, welcome. Tell us more about this.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for the invitation to attend and present at the EUSAIR Stakeholders Conference on tourism and sustainable green macro-regions. I am very pleased to be able to moderate panel 1 on sustainable management of cultural routes in the EUSAIR, storytelling and cultural tourism products on cultural routes. I'm very happy to be part of this panel and to speak alongside Mr. Tokarski of the European Commission, Mr. Ratman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Croatia, and Ms. Tramisak of the Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds of Croatia, as well as Ms. Minchak of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, and Ms. Priante of the UNWTO, Ms. Laxal of DG Regio, and Ms. Plavina, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism and Sport. It's a very high-level event, and I'm very pleased that the Council of Europe has been invited. And also, warm thank you to Ms. Klaric for the invitation to speak from the Ministry of Tourism and Sports and to moderate today. We have many distinguished speakers today, EUSAIR stakeholders, experts, and cultural routes managers who will share their expertise with you regarding the topics under discussion today, as well as participate in the Q&A session following their presentations. But before we begin with the panel, I would like to briefly present to you the cultural routes of the Council of Europe program that I'm sure all of you already have heard about, and underline some of the best practices, cultural products and digitalization that have been implemented in the program in the last few years. And since its beginnings, the Council of Europe, as you know, is the oldest pan-European international organization with its 47 member states, devoted to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, has been aware of the importance of cultural heritage for achieving greater unity among Europeans. One of its most innovative initiatives was to launch the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program in 1987 to enhance the richness of the diversity of the European different cultural identities and to render a shared European tangible and intangible cultural heritage across its member states. And today, the cultural roots of the Council of Europe encourage European citizens to re-explore their heritage by connecting community-based actions into transnational institutional networks, promoting their visibility into transnational institutional networks, accessible to visitors and tourists from all over the continent and beyond. A cultural route is defined by the Council of Europe as a cultural, educational, heritage and tourism cooperation network aimed at developing and promoting a route or a series of routes based on a historic route, a cultural concept, figure, or phenomenon with transnational importance and significance for the understanding and respect of common European values. Today, there are 45 certified cultural routes of the Council of Europe. Some are focused on enhancing arts, literature, civilizations. Some others are dedicated to religious heritage, landscapes, handicrafts, and gastronomy, and they all speak about a shared European heritage. They all aim to act as channels for intercultural dialogue and promotion of a better understanding of our common European cultural identity and enhance also the cultural tourism experience of our citizens. And the 45 certified cultural routes are bringing together, as of today, over 3,000 institutional network members, cities, regional authorities, municipalities, cultural institutions, museums, cultural sites in over 60 countries, both in Europe and beyond. And this is important because this cultural routes of the Council of Europe program is supported by an enlarged partial agreement on cultural routes established in 2010 by the Committee of Ministers, and I'm very pleased to highlight the membership of Croatia in both in the Council of Europe as the international organization that hosts this agreement, but also specifically in the agreement, member of the agreement, Croatia since 2016, and in also the cultural routes with 14 cultural routes certified by the Council of Europe crossing Croatia, with over 30 institutional network members active in Croatia as a whole. In 2010, the enlarged partial agreement on cultural routes was established to enhance closer cooperation between member states, particularly interested in the development of cultural routes. And the enlarged partial agreement is responsible for the certification and the award of the cultural routes of the Council of Europe label, the coordination of the annual event of certification cycles, the preparation of the evaluations, and also the launching of country mapping reports, and provides advice.
Molim vas, svi van, ajde, drži to.
Certified routes and candidate networks through the European Institute of Cultural Routes in Luxembourg, the technical agency. And today, the EPA benefits from cooperation among 35 member states that are gathering in Luxembourg every year to award the certification of the cultural routes of the Council of Europe. But various institutions are partners of the Council of Europe in this field, in particular the European Union, the UNWTO, with which we recently signed a memorandum of cooperation, UNESCO, the OECD, the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, and the Organization of Ibero-American States. During the period 2017-2020, we implemented a joint program with the European Commission aimed at fostering regional development, cultural cooperation, and social cohesion through transnational cultural routes, heritage policies and practices in the 4 EU macro-regions, and therefore in particular for the EUSAIR macro-region as well. A lot of information about the Routes for You project is available on our website, along with a lot of reports. And now the Cultural Routes of the Council of Europe program prides itself on implementing sustainable tourism practices in the discovery of European cultural heritage across our member states. Post-pandemic, the cultural routes can become tools for innovation, education and knowledge, drivers for new economic models, local development and sustainability, and provide opportunities to define and test innovative paradigms to address future challenges. Currently, the cultural routes can become an ideal tool for territories to attract more visitors and overcome the difficulties imposed by the pandemic. As a matter of fact, 90% of the routes of the Council of Europe cross rural areas, integrating off the beaten track destinations into the main European tourism offer. And many of these routes also feature UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but most of the routes cross less known destinations. They allow, therefore, the integration of minor destinations into the main touristic offer to create tourism flows to less developed areas and off the beaten track. This model of rural and slow tourism has been greatly in demand since the start of the pandemic, and it is being prioritized by travelers, are also by government and touristic organizations Europe-wide. While the pandemic hit all cultural on-site projects and activities dramatically, it also gave opportunities for the ascent of the digital era by boosting creativity in digital tools. And digital technologies have been introduced radically to the public as a swift response to the physical restrictions imposed by the pandemic. And therefore, we notice a digital transition that we are experiencing today that includes many initiatives, such as providing digital access to heritage and cultural heritage sites, providing virtual remote access to tourism destinations, enhancing with virtual reality visitor experiences, using new applied technologies to cultural routes, streaming of events, concerts, festivals, and theater performances, and access to digital libraries and publications. And the Cultural Routes program organized recently the annual advisory forum last September with Kutaisi, Georgia as the host country online. And the theme of the forum was resilient and sustainable routes, innovating out of the crisis. And one of the forum panels centered on digital and user-centered cultural roots. Some of the ideas that emerged in the forum were the need to educate tourism stakeholders with the use of new technologies, as increasing material is now available online in many languages, allowing for a more widespread accessibility, use of business model that focus on visiting a location to digital ones, that enhanced experience will become important, such as subscribing to a newsletter of an area and receiving information before and after we travel and participate from our homes in the use of GPS tracking or QR code based interactive maps, facilitating also by smartphones that would facilitate the ability of travelers to discover rural and less known destinations. In and of itself, the forum was a chance to showcase digitalization, as all the participants also sent recorded videos of their presentation and speeches and material online. The forum ended up showing several dozen videos of best practices implemented by the roots in the field of digitalizations, and ended up being a great success as well. Some of the roots presented the best practices that they had implemented during the pandemic. For example, the Hansa route conducted the first virtual Hanseatic Day festival in the historic and Hanseatic League. The Via Francigena conducted a live communication campaign online, and the route of St. Olaf organized a virtual hiking and pilgrimage tour along the St. Olaf Ways. The European route of Jewish heritage started a Jewish heritage online tours this year with the goal of learning about Jewish history via self-guided mobile audio tours. And some notable cultural products launched by the roots include the Cluniac site's root-launched Clunipedia. It's a digital encyclopedia that aims to gather knowledge related to this heritage and making it public online. And Liberation Route Europe created a digital tool such as a route planner and web application, which will be available this year in 6 languages. Some of their other best practices not related to digitalizations, but concerning cultural tourism product include several of our routes are committed to ensuring youth exchanges. As an example, I can mention the intercultural travels promoted by the Phoenician routes, which is a network dedicated to the connection of major seafaring routes used by the Phoenicians in the Mediterranean in 12th century BC for trade. The intercultural travels program secures opportunities for schools in different countries to meet and get to know each other through visits and educational activities. The Sicilian school, a Tunisian school, provided recently this opportunity for pupils to visit each other. Another example that I can give you would be the Réseau Art Nouveau network, providing young people with a chance to take control, to manage themselves a museum in the Horta Museum in Belgium, and take part in acting out historical performances. Or another example, the European route of megalithic culture, organizing an international work camp in Germany that allowed young people to experience a variety of program of life in the Stone Age. The Cultural Roots program has also a university network that aims to encourage the conduct of research on cultural roots of the Council of Europe related issues, encourage students to undertake their academic research on cultural roots, and offer scientific advice where required, as well as fellowships and traineeships at the European Institute of Cultural Roots. University has also contacted with opportunities for students regarding these internships. The Iter Vitis, the wine route, has had their own award since 2018. This was developed to support local initiatives and highlight wine and vine heritage in each member state. The event gave greater visibility to participations and participants, allowing them to aim interest from new partners. And recently, they partnered with the Phoenician Roots for the launch of an international award, which will aim to support and reward projects and innovation to enhance culture and wine heritage and promote responsible, creative, and sustainable form of tourism in the member countries of the 2 international networks. The Via Francigena developed a stop and taste project that promotes the gastronomical experience of the route by including the participation of dairy farms, restaurants, markets, and the same of sampling of local products. Now, as far as the financing of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program is concerned, cultural roots received funding in 2020 from Interreg, Erasmus+, Creative Europe, COSME, Horizon 2020, and others, mainly EU-based funding of up to 3.8 million euros for an overall total number of 21 projects submitted by the cultural roots of the Council of Europe. And you can see in the next slide the list of routes that were awarded specific types of funding for their specialized projects. These routes include the Hansa, the Via Francigena, Atrium, the totalitarian architectural regime of the 20th century, in urban memory, who received funding from EU, Erasmus+, and Creative Europe. Overall, in the last 5 years, 17 million euros were distributed along the cultural routes of the Council of Europe program through EU funding. These figures do not include national funding, and that is awarded as well in many of our member states. You may be able to find more information regarding the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program on our website in 5 European languages. And I would like at this point to thank you for your attention, for having allowed me the chance to present you the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program. I hope you enjoy the presentation. But now I would like to begin my moderation. And I will now like to give the floor to the first of our speakers of the session, Mr. Almir Pestek, professor at the School of Economics and Business in Sarajevo. Professor Pestek will be speaking about creative tourism and the cultural resources of creativity for tourists. Dr. Pestek is also a professor at the Rizeva University in Riga, a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow, and has served at the Loyola University in Chicago, its business school. His research interests are related to marketing, digital marketing and tourism, with 20 more years of experience of consulting and research experience, and has participated in 170 different international and domestic projects, published also 90 scientific and professional papers in the field of marketing and tourism. I will then now give the floor to Professor Pestek for his presentation. Professor Pestek, I hope you're online, you can see me. Welcome to the panel. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me greet you from chilly and cloudy Sarajevo. I'm glad that I have an opportunity to talk about creative tourism and to share my experience with some projects that we currently run at our university. So let me share my screen now, and I will start with my presentation. Okay, so that's it. I will be talking about creative tourism. Actually, I want to discuss how to use these cultural resources and how to use creativity of tourists. So let me start with the content. I'm going to talk about role of creative tourism in tourism development and development of creative tourism products. I will just make a very brief introduction to it, but most of my time will be dedicated to presentation of some good practices. It's about a project that we run here in Sarajevo. It's about promoting creative tourism through new experiential and sustainable routes. That program is financed through Interreg Adrian Transnational Program. So when it comes to creative tourism, we should mention a very important term. This is about a new generation of travelers that are actually active participants in everyday experiences of the places they visit. as well as an exceptional and personally meaningful experiences. That's a definition from the World Tourism Organization. And actually, what's the focus of those tourists? It's on self-development and searching for transformative experience. Creative tourism actually offers visitors the opportunity to develop their creative potential through active participation in creative activities that are actually typical of the place where they are undertaken. So this definition is very, very clear, and it actually emphasizes all those important aspects or dimensions of creative tourism, such as active participation, learning, creative self-expression, and community engagement. So active participation means that tourists are not just consumers or spectators, consumers of tourism products. They get some kind of immersive experience, and they are part of co-creation of tourism products. It's not. It can include, for example, some kind of artistic activities, or even some small apprenticeship schemes. People are involved actually in preparation and delivery of a product. So self-expression leads toward some very important change, where we don't just receive some interpretation of a tourism product or place. We are able to create our own view on it and our own narrative that we can share with others. Learning is, of course, very important part of this, because it's a point in creative tourism. We learn something new, something about culture, about place, about people, and about everything. And community engagement is very important, because creative tourism depends on community. And if we want to create some sustainable and successful creative tourism products, we have to engage the community in the whole process. So when it comes to creative tourism, it's all about experience, which is about stories. We got senses. It's all about all senses involved in this, and so level of sophistication. All those tangible and intangible aspects of a destination, such as place, culture, community, identity, all those are points of inspiration and actually setting for creative tourism activities. What is very important to know that creative tourism requires planning and operational aspects. So it's all about strategic orientation of a destination, and it's all about efficient destination management. So we have to think about all those dynamic opportunities and all those contextual challenges. We have to put in balance what we have and what's needed on the market. So when it comes to this effective destination management, we have to think about the role of private and public sector in creative tourism development. Private and public sector have to act as partners, and all of them have to have a common vision and common interest, and of course resources to develop tourism on destination. When it comes to creative tourism, we have to mention collaborative networks, or let's say clusters of providers of different types of services and products on destination. In creative tourism, we have to think about all those all those individuals and businesses that operate in the area of culture and creative industries. So the first phase and the most important aspect in development of creative tourism is about mapping of all those resources, all those assets that are connected with creative tourism. So I said that stories and identity are very important for development of creative tourism, and one of our panelists has a presentation about storytelling, so I will not spend my time talking about it. Storytelling is a very important process and part of tourism activities in this creative field. And for example, in my country, there are so many untold stories. And quite often I say that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a land of untold stories. There are so many places, so many destinations that should be open more to tourists, and one of the important parts of it is just to tell the stories about those places. There are many destinations that could act as emerging destinations in Bosnia. We have a huge concentration of tourism activities here. For example, Sarajevo generates some like 50% of all tourism-related activities in Bosnia. So storytelling is very important, and we have to think more about it and how to connect all those local stories with experience and creation of tourism products. So emotional component is also very important. As I already mentioned, it's all about experiences and perceptions about the place. And in short, creative tourism initiatives, they actually integrate meaningful elements that connect visitors to the place from the perspective of the people guiding them. And successful and sustainable creative tourism products are embedded actually in community and its people, and are shared with visitors by locals. So local people are part of marketing mix of a destination, and creative tourism is all about local people. So let me connect this with the project that we are currently running. It's a project, I already said, it's promoting creative tourism through new experiential and sustainable routes. We actually want to preserve cultural heritage through this project. We want to promote sustainable and experiential tourism in the Adrian region by exploiting culture and creative industries potential. So we want actually to find the right balance between innovation and conservation of the Adrian rich cultural heritage. Our project is in line with all those main messages and points from introductory speeches of today. So our project started in March 2020 and it will last 30 months. So we expect to be completed in August next year. We had a problem because start of the project was actually beginning of a pandemic, and honestly we had a lot of obstacles to run this project efficiently. We had to complete many activities online. But anyway, we are happy with the current results and outcomes of it. So there are partners from Italy, from Slovenia, Greece, Croatia, Albania, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, my school of Economics and Business in Sarajevo, it's part of the University of Sarajevo. We are a local partner, and we are responsible for many different activities. And I find this project very interesting and very important in terms of innovation and in terms of introducing something new and trying to make a network of local people, local tourism service providers. And currently, we are working on development of capacity of local businesses here detecting creative and cultural industries. And it goes pretty well. So at the end of the project, I think that we will have so many new things to offer. I will tell you more about it. So one of very important activities within the project is a joint acceleration program. It's ongoing part of this project. So we want to increase capacities to do business, capacities of local businesses to do business supporting cultural heritage preservation and sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism is something that we have to put more on the agenda here in Bosnia, because we are mostly oriented to economic outcomes of tourism, less on social and environmental impact. So we will also provide some recommendations for policy development, tourism policy development. We will make some local action plans, and we will also launch different pilot activities that will help decision makers to think strategically and to put creative tourism and sustainable tourism on the map. Since tourism is a digital industry and we want to attract young people to travel and to experience our destinations here, we will prepare different digital tools such as websites, virtual maps, mobile apps, and stuff like that. So our ultimate goal is just to encourage people to explore all our cultural heritage in an alternative way. So, as I said, our project has 3 dimensions, 3 levels: economic, cultural, and strategic. And at the end of the project, we hope that we will have knowledge and skills of tourism service providers and local people as well to be active actors in a tourism field. We want them to be integrated. This is very important to know. Integration is a key for success in tourism, and we want to support turning all that potential we have into economic and economically viable resource. So, at the end, as I said, we will have some high quality products. For example, we have already created some different routes and products in Italy, in Slovenia, Greece, Croatia, Albania, as you can see, and in Bosnia as well. So our intention is to have at least 2 different routes at the end of the project. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are focused on Sarajevo and Vranduk. Sarajevo is well known; it's the capital of Bosnia, and as I said, it attracts a lot of tourists to come here. But of course, there's a huge space for improvement of situation here, because current activities in tourism in Sarajevo are mostly a result of an inertia. So we want to offer something new, to include this creative component into everything, and to provide some immersive and unique experience to tourists. So actually, we want to connect all those different points we have to all different dots and to offer it as a whole. Vranduk is the less popular, and it's one of those emerging destinations. As I said, it's a very historic place. It's a fortress actually, and there are so many untold stories to be told there. Let me give you a short overview of this route we work on here in Sarajevo. We call it Eat, Pray, and Love Tour. It integrates 19 different points of interest. Starting from place where Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. There are some very interesting places, such as Tomb of Seven Brothers, something that has a very, it's connected partially to religion, but it's more about habits of local people here, and it's more about legends, all those stories that are connected to that. Bosnia and Sarajevo are very interesting from perspective of religious tourism and a mix of cultures. So religious objects, sacral objects are part all those cultural roots that we have here, all those different mosques and churches that are about Islam, about Roman Catholics, about Orthodox people. It's so concentrated in a very small area, and it's a part of all roots that we have. So we will have different churches, different mosques here, some monuments such as White House. It's a very interesting story. We have no time to talk about it. City Hall, a very interesting place. Bashtarsha, it's actually old town. It's a main trading center, but there are also many artisans there that produce different kind of souvenirs, and tourists will be able to get the feeling and to take part in production of those souvenirs and all those traditional products. The only Ottoman model that left in a city, Moricahan. It's a very interesting experience. Traditional break. We have a very strong coffee culture, so we want to provide tourists, to feel and to behave like locals. There are also local markets that are very vibrant, a very interesting place. Eternal Flame is also a very interesting place here. So, as I said, 19 points are points of interest are involved here, and through it, tourists will get a very interesting experience, and of course they will have a chance to hear all those stories from locals, which is very important for creative tourism. So, in short, creative tourism is very important. It's an emerging niche in tourism, and creative tourism can help in preservation of culture, tangible and intangible. But on the other hand, it also provides an opportunity to turn all that potential into economic resource in a sustainable way. So that's all what I wanted to say about this, about our experience in Bosnia, and I'm here for all the questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Postek. This is very important that we start off our panel with creative tourism and the focus on personal experiences and narratives. This is extremely important, very relevant. It is the future of cultural tourism, attracting also the young Europeans you spoke about, and the interactions with the locals, participation with the local communities, and also the digital technology that we are going to be increasingly using as we explore. And thank you also for the Eat, Pray and Love tour. I find it very interesting. I appreciate the difference between a tour and a route. Because what you present is a mix of a lot of cultural heritage, but this is really very interesting as well. Now we are going to move to the next speaker, and we'll come back to you later with some questions. I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Manuela Hrvatin from the Istria in Spirit institution. Ms. Hrvatin will be speaking to us about storytelling, which is another very important aspect of creative cultural tourism, and it's also very much a building block of what cultural roots are all about. They are telling a story about a European heritage and civilization, and the story of our shared heritage. And it's very important to bring to the center for the participants in these aspects. And just to let you know who Ms. Hrvatin is, national coordinator for Interpret Europe for Croatia, and she's been in storytelling for a long time, and a big part of her professional career is related to heritage interpretation. She's vast experience in managing creative projects, also in the field of cultural tourism. And she's one of the first Europe's certified interpretive guides in Croatia. So she will be speaking with a lot of know-how. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Ms. Ervatin, who I thank for participating in the panel today. I'll just remind her and all the panel participants that we have a time limit of 10 minutes for presentation if we want to have some Q&A at the end of the session. Ms. Hervating, you have the floor now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. But as we are storytellers, we wanted to tell you a story from once upon a time and all day, but you give me just 10 minutes now. So let's go on. Let's tell a story about Istrian spirit, the inspiration, and our goat and our experience. So will you help me, because I have some technical problem to move the slides, and how we will start with, I have to represent Istrian Spirit project with one video. So who can help me from the technical part? That's it.
We will ask now support from our
please, because
technical team. Yes.
So we will talk about power, but let's go on. We will represent you the what we did before the COVID, and still we are 10 years old. Let's go on, please. Just move the slides, please. I cannot do it. That's me, like telling a story, reviving the legends and myths, but of course I'm not the only one person in this project. We are plenty of great people. I have great team. So let's see what we do with the actors. So we choose to storytell with a theater point, a live interpretation. Let's please see the video. Let's go on. No, it's not. You skipped the video, so it's a start. Okay. It's before this slide. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's go on. I would like, if everybody wants, just go to tape Istrian Spirit project and you will see a great videos. What I want to tell you, and I always repeat this sentence, one of the most difficult skills of our modern age is understanding how to inherit something. And here it's not one who has been given a legacy by chance, but one who has decided to preserve a particular heritage. So how we did do and how we preserve and how did we be rewild, that's our story. So thanks to Ministry of Tourism and Media in Croatia, thanks to the great people there and EUSAIR Interreg Adriatic Ionian project, we produced a manual. So we wrote all our experience. And of course, you can download it. It's digital. You can find it. It's called Manual for Participatory Tourism, Connecting Community and Culture Through Storytelling. So why storytelling? Storytelling, it's interpretation of intangible heritage. So what I said, stories, myths, and legends. And stories make a subject interesting. Storytelling is definitely powerful and has the ability to what? To help people remember and create new memories, connect people to a place, person, or event, attach importance to experience, and bring intellect and emotion together. Entertain through drama and humor, help make sense of the world, create wonder, deliver enrichment and rarity, and make people care. So that's how much storytelling is important. And what we choose that to create 10 years ago a cultural tourism project. It was not easy. So all the steps, how we did it, how we could cooperate, how we did a network, what the kind of model we do, what a concept, how hard was it in the beginning and how beautiful it's now when everybody, of course, I hope, knows about Istrian Spirit. It's all written in the manual. So we choose the quadrohelix model. It means a business model with non-profit association, with academic sector, with a public and the private sector. So altogether, to be a part or a big participatory tourism. And why participatory? It's very important because define the responsible tourism, which includes every stakeholder of a certain destination in order to create authentic and new products. So can you imagine how many performances we produced in 10 years? You can just imagine 900 and more performances telling to the people. Can you move the slides? And I'm just talking, but you just help me with the slides, please. Yeah, you go on, you go on, you go. Yeah, then you start here. Yeah, no, you come back. There is a goat. Look at our goat. When you see the goat, what do you think? It's a symbol of Istria, definitely, but it's a storyteller. The goat, you see, is standing in an upright position as a human. He symbolized the strength and the pride that comes from the peninsula rich history and tradition. She's a witness of past times. She's a traveler, she's an adventurer and entertainer, and that's Istria in spirit. So just come and you will see how we tell you the stories. What is very important, it's to have all this cooperation and to have a lot of artists, volunteers, sponsors. And I have a chance, I will take a chance to thanks to everybody, especially my team, because it was not easy time, but it's possible. So everything is possible. Let's move please move this. So what we can now tell you, we had in the beginning a different methodology, how we sold the tickets, how we promote, how we did the marketing. And now if you see Istria in spirit, we have experiences and we have tours, walking tours. Everything is live, it's live interpretation, how it is. What Interpret Europe said, we divide this in we define this in a heritage which it's accompanied with costumes. And audience, it's active. So it's a big interaction between actors and the audience. We always said that, yes, we are doing this for tourism. We want to inform people who are coming not only, I hope, anymore for sun and sea. They come to see stories. They go to the authentic locations. They go to the archaeological sites, to the castles. And then we are telling them stories. But what is very important for us, and believe me, mostly for me, it's very important, that a lot of local people come to hear and to be a part of these storytelling tours, because they maybe didn't know about the legends. You know that we have a first vampire before Vlad Cepes, maybe in Istria. Did you know that the Mary was the last witch in Savicenta? Do you know what happened in the lighthouse? What the love stories did? So everything what we revive, it's really interesting for the local people, and we are happy, very happy of it. So can you move the slides, please? Please. So what about, can you help? I cannot move them. Yeah, you see, that's me. It's not important only to have idea. Of course that it's important, but very, very, very important is to have a lot of these stakeholders. As I told you in the participatory tourism, a lot of stakeholders together. And that's once upon a time how it all begins. What is also really important for this project is a big political support of the region of Istria. So they wanted to put in the budget and to support these projects. So without this, it would be really difficult, I have to admit. But then after that, we started to be sustainable. So now you have to pay, of course, or the teams or tourist boards or municipalities, and everybody is paying to have the Eastern spirit in situ. Can you move the slide, please? Without a team, you are nothing. And also I have a small sticker, if you can see, also a lot of enemies. Enemies, I call it like that, because in all this way of creating this you have a lot of issues and a lot of, how to say, not problems, but many things to resolve. But it's all in a big story of experience. So I can tell you about enemies more than 1 day, but it's very good because then you become stronger. What is good? Can you move the slides, please? Yeah, the project stages. It's that we begin with a lot of actors. It was B2B, B2C, and now we have B2B. So you just order a story and then we perform. Before we had a ticket and you had to pay a ticket. Now, if you come to, can you move the slide, please? Thank you. So if you come to Versailles, for example, you will feel the Casanova Giacomo. He was not only in Italy, he came in Versailles and he wrote it in memoirs. So you will walk with him, you will talk with him, and he will entertain you. But you will feel not only Casanova in Versailles, you will feel what they ate, what they drank, what a tradition they had, how they behave, what a statue they have. So all together through this story. And what we are always proud of, it's a place called Pican, a religious legend when all the community play a story with us, actors and people, local people from the village. I think it will always be in the memory. So to conclude this, because I really have not lot of time, it's that Eastern spirit storytelling can be called 5D storytelling because it involves all senses and special effects. You have to feel it, you have to come. That's an invitation. It's very difficult to explain you because I think that emotion and interaction, what we do, it's just when you come and you really become a part of our Eastern history of Croatian heritage. There is no end to the ideas. Imagine and create stories, stimulate senses and sophistication, and ensure the interactive experience, and its success is in front of you. But what Hans Christian Andersen said, everything you look at become a fairy tale, everything you touch can become a story. Do you agree with me? Yeah, good. So let's see another slide. Can you move it, please? Can you move slides? I also have to thank more slides to Ministry of Tourism and Sport that Eastern Spirit is included in the 100 best tourist stories in the world with World Tourism Organization tourism stories. Can you move the slides, please? Yeah, that's tourism stories. And when it was an WTO Executive Council in Rovinj in 2000. Interpretation of heritage is my mission, definitely. And I was talking about if one person has idea and if you can find a team, everything can go. But if you don't have this passion and this love for your heritage, it's very important then to revive the stories. And can you move the slides, please? And what I have to tell you about my organization, I'm a coordinator, very proud of my members in Croatia, is that you can use Interpret Europe as an organization to start and to teach and to learn and to think about a heritage, interpretation of the heritage with our courses, with our webinars and everything what we have in the organization. So can you move the slide? That was thank you from me. It was very short. I hope that you understood all our 10 years experience, but don't hesitate to ask me to write me, to invite us to come in Istria and to download our manual for participatory tourism, connecting community and culture through storytelling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hrvatin. And we can feel from your presentation the passion and your commitment to transmitting heritage and interpreting heritage through storytelling. And I think that your message is very well received. Cultural roots are about storytelling, are about connecting also. And you mentioned the participation of the local community. That is something that it's extremely important. And we feel this is a trend in cultural tourism, more and more involvement, active participation. The local community becoming a storyteller in its own right, because they hold the key to all the traditions and the history of the location. So they are the best interpreters as well. And thank you for your contribution. But I'm sure there will be questions from the floor. I will now move to our next guest. Thank you again. I will now give the floor to Dr. Petrebica of the University of Zagreb, who will be speaking about the themes discussed today in relations to the Iron Age route. As you know, the Iron Age route is a very new addition to the cultural roots of the Council of Europe family, certified this year by the Council of Europe. Professor Petrebica is full professor in the Department of Archaeology, and he is a leading expert in a number of international and Croatian international projects, Vice President of the European Association of Archaeologists, and also member of the Committee on Illicit Trade in Antiquities. He's also acted as a representative to the European Year of Cultural Heritage Stakeholder Committee, as well as the European Heritage Alliance. And he's Vice President of the Croatian Archaeological Society, President of the Center of Prehistoric Research, and he's also Vice President of the Scientific Committee of the Iron Age Danube route. Dr. Petrebica, please, you have the floor for your presentation. Like you, remind you to stay within the 10 minutes allotted time, and then we will move to some questions later on. You have the floor. Thank you for attending and participating.
Hello, Stefano. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and opportunity to present what we have here. Sorry. Just to deal with this. Do you see a presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Sorry, I need to move to the beginning. Okay, this should work now. Okay, Stefan already said what had to be said about the introduction. We are Iron Age Danube route. Who are we? Actually, we are one of the youngest cultural routes, as Stefano said. We have been accredited this year and joined the family of European cultural routes created by the Council of Europe. And we are extremely proud that we got this, I wouldn't say award, but actually appreciation that we are doing something nice. People usually think that heritage routes, European heritage routes, act like, okay, we got something and then now we will develop it. It actually means that you invested years and decades of work and that you are already doing it. And just somebody said that you are doing it in a right way. So what are we all about, actually? We are more or less archaeological tour. We deal with the Iron Age in the Central Europe, which is approximately last millennium BC, and it also influenced the geography of our route because it corresponds more or less to the Hallstatt culture, which covers the Central Europe, actually from eastern France to Danube, and we are Danubian route, and this is why we are covering countries from Germany to Bulgaria. Of course, you can see our 25 members, and we are really proud that we have 25 members as a very, very young route. But these members are actually result of decades of work and the dedication in this area. We developed on this research and on presentation projects that we've been doing in the area of route. And the last of them was Iron Age Danube, which was actually, the full name was Monumentalized Early Iron Age Landscapes in the Danube River Basin. So core of our founding members came from that project, which included Austria, Hungary, Slovenia, and Croatia. But I'm not going to talk about the tour, about the strategy, about the organization, because here we were invited to show best practices. So I'm going to take you not only to Croatia, but I'm going to take you to a very specific place in Croatia. It's a small valley in the northern Croatia. And as you can see, all of these Croatian members here in the route, most of them are active in this little area. I'm going to take you to the front lines of the culture routes to see how it actually works, or it doesn't work when that's the case. So this is the Golden Valley, or the Požega Valley. It's northern Croatia. It's here. It's completely surrounded by mountains. There is a very important site, capital, which gave the name to the whole cultural group of capital in the Iron Age of Europe. But now it's famous area for wine growing and exquisite gastronomy. In the Iron Age, it was site of magnificent graves, burial mounds with all sorts of beautiful stuff, Greek helmets. It was also monumental landscape with hill forts, with burial mounds, graveyards. And if you look below the earth, geophysics told us that here on these sites, we have something like urban raster. Actually, it brings us that we have organized settlements that were not expected to be here according to general narrative. These settlements were supposed to be Rome, Athens. We are talking about 6th and 5th century BC. So it changes the narrative even in the scientific way, that we who are supposed to be barbarians somewhere in the cold central Europe are somehow following the trends that are being put up with the Mediterranean civilizations. So we're talking about stakeholders. We are talking about heirs and their heritage. We are talking about local stories, and somehow we want to integrate them in the global narratives. When we started our work somehow 25 years ago, there was an obvious gap between heritage and the local population. We could feel it every day when we went to our excavations. People would say, "Oh, you're going up there to excavate your stuff." We were working on their land. Somehow it was their land, but our stuff. So we got this feeling that heritage has been somehow hijacked from its rightful heirs, which are those people there. By whom? By us, by experts. We speak ununderstandable language. We manage their heritage for them because they are incompetent and we know better. As a result of this practice that has been all over the place for years, heritage has been torn out of its geographical, but even more important, sociological context. So we were thinking about the solution. We have to give back heritage to its rightful heirs, but to whom? Who are we giving it back? Of course, it's local and regional and national public. We have to tell people what we have. We have to tell people what they have. That's important. But what we realized when we were doing it for several years, that the most important are children. As you can see in this picture here, they are true heirs and future stakeholders and decision makers. When people ask me, well, why do you lose time, talking to children when you should be talking to decision makers? Because here in this class, in this village school, is the future municipality mayor. These people are decision makers. And we are trying to develop something that will last for years, decades, and hopefully sustainable future. So we have to start to talk to decision makers before they become decision makers. What we want to create there is feeling that this remote village, in this area of Croatia, which actually all the time complains about being remote, about being forgotten, to create a feeling that they're citizens of Europe, to put their culture and their lives in European context, and somehow to integrate them in the European narratives. So we are using archaeology for that. We excavated these beautiful mounds, which are local lords that ruled Iron Age communities in this area. They have Greek helmets, and not just any Greek helmets. These are the northernmost European Greek helmets, actually the northernmost Greek helmets in the world. So when we tell them that, we connect them with the European cultural area. And, you know, these children, every time when they see Greek helmet in any kind of context, they will feel connected to it. They will feel as a part of this huge European story. Somehow their small village became part of the European context. We do these festivals, which are called Hallstatt days, days of the Iron Age culture. And when we do that, we try to tell them stories. Here we tell children about these princes with Greek helmets. We hold stories of textile workshops. And not only that, we teach ladies from the village, as well as school children, to how to weave, how to recreate Iron Age textiles, but you also tell them about the powerful women, not only about powerful women who weaved here in their village 3,000 years ago. We are also telling them about Greek mythology, about Penelope, about Helen. And we tell them, you know, 8th century BC, when these people lived here, and when we are telling you stories that happened here in 8th century BC, this is exactly the time when Homer told his stories. So these are part of this world, about the world that you all know about. These are part of these stories as well. We have this geophysical and archaeological research, and we have these urban structures in times of Athens and Rome. And we told them, we are not worse, we are just different. And below your feet, you may not see it. It's forests, it's fields, but you have sunken landscapes. Sunken landscapes, they can tell you stories about cities long lost, and we are now about to rediscover them and make them tell their stories to us and to everyone interested. So we have local stories integrated in global narratives. This is what we are trying to do, is actually to develop global context for the local heritage. With this, we achieve pride and adoption. These people are proud of their heritage, and they adopt it. They feel it as their own, which they should have a long time ago. So what about products? How to bridge gap between heritage and local population? Of course, it's widened by legislative framework with cultural heritage protection, with limiting use of their property and land or buildings. So they feel like it's not theirs, it's a problem for them. First aid is, of course, education, but how to bridge the gap in economic sense, transforming probably perception of heritage from problem to resource. They should feel cultural heritage as added value. So we are trying to develop new products directly related to heritage. This is one of them. It's a Hallstatt cuisine experience. It starts with research, with data, with interpretation. So we have these cups, which are used for drinking alcoholic beverages. We have apples. We have representations on the Iron Age artifacts. And we are developing, based on that, creating and performing and branding something called Hallstatt Cuisine Experience. We did create it. We tried it with the local population, We tried it with the regional things. Now we have national programs. And the final thing are these books here, which is actually a cookbook translated in 3 languages, which tell you about Iron Age cuisine. And not only that, you have a voucher, which is used across the cultural heritage route, where you can buy it in every country and come to this small valley and enjoy and experience Hallstatt cuisine. There is another thing, something which is not directed with the Iron Age. There is a new product, new gin, that has been developed there, but they're using for the visual branding stuff from our Iron Age excavations. Not only that, but they are now developing products for Christmas, and they're calling it Mahaira or Askus. Askus is this thing excavated 25 years ago, and Mahaira is something that we excavated just 2 years ago. So actually, they are developing interests for our work. They are following our work, and they are incorporating it as their brand as we speak. What do we have in terms of, I've showed you some new products, but they're old products, hiking and cycling. Hiking, which is directed to the areas where we do have archaeological sites, we do have routes, tours across these sites, which are incorporated in hiking tours, and we are incorporating cycling tours through the nature park with the stories told about ancient horsemen who rode through these woods. Of course, Natural Park Papuk enhances local synergy between natural and cultural heritage, which is already integrated in presentation of UNESCO Geopark. This is Geopark Interpretation Center, and there is also cultural heritage, our route incorporated in this presentation center. Where to go from here? We already started to develop new products. People came and said, okay, we're producing meat for ourselves. Is there a market value to it? Of course there is a market value, incorporated and branded by our culture tour. There is also a funny case that municipality mayor of Kaptol is one of the greatest producers of barley in the area. And now we talked him and his son to develop a beer production. So yes, we are going to have new products very soon. And not only that, but these products perfectly complement with the Hallstatt cuisine. We have local wineries interested in branding their special wines with the Iron Age content. But we are also creating virtual and augmented reality products to enrich presentations of site with visual aids, to connect site with museum collections, which are not there, which are in Zagreb or other places, and to create innovative tourist products like virtual cycling tours. And to help that, we have the activity of the route. We have roundtable and meeting dedicating exactly to that, cycling tourism in 2022. We are also trying to integrate sites into the route, followed by integration and activities of the products. So we will integrate site within the route. This is how route actually helps to develop local areas. And we want new members, which are added value and new opportunities and new ideas. Just outside of the valley, we have mounds like this and another Iron Age site, which hasn't been explored yet. But we found that they have a nice riding club, which is 20 kilometers from Kaptol. And next time when we have Hallstatt Days Festival, they're coming to visit us. We need Iron Age riders, of course. So we will connect them with what we have here. We will show them how their small village can develop in this way as well. They could join the route, and they are bringing added value in terms of horse riding. And of course, there is our golden circle, which starts with research, followed by interpretation and presentation, management, and back to research. But in the center of it is protection and sustainability. It's very important now that we have an opportunity to integrate sustainability mechanisms in development of strategies from the beginning. So I hope that we definitely have challenging but also exciting times ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Potervica. the Iron Age Danube route is really doing everything right, and I'm very pleased that you gave this presentation about the different aspects of the management of the route, but also the concrete products that you are developing. And I look forward to the certification award ceremony that we will be hosting along the route in the beginning of next year, to celebrate all together the Council of Europe certification. You mentioned the connectivity, the feeling part of a bigger story, and I think that is exactly what it is all about. That local stories become European stories, and local products also become global of global interest. So thank you for this. We are going to now move quickly, because we still have 3 distinguished speakers with very interesting presentations, to the next speaker. I would like to welcome Mr. Theodoros Zoumas. Mr. Zoumas is the mayor of Skiathos in Greece. So he's distinguished public representative, who will be talking about the European cemetery route in Skiathos, and creating a new values in cultural heritage. Mr. Zoumas has been mayor of Skiathos since 2019. He's a national and local resident of Skiathos. Was born in 1979. He studied agriculture and chemistry at the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki, and he has been involved in local associations in Skiathos since 2009, in particular for the protection of cultural heritage and the protection of the environment. And is an active member of the Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe program. And as a matter of fact, he has been involved in the cemetery's routes in his capacity as a member of the steering committee of the governing board of the association, managing the European route of significant historic cemeteries, in particular for Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey. So, Mr. Zoumas, we're very pleased that you participating in the session, and please, you have the floor for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominioni. Dear distinguished speakers, dear all, it's a great honor to be part of that very important high-level conference. So I will start with my speech. Cemeteries are a very important aspect of cultural heritage, and are becoming progressively more noticed by scientists, artists, and visitors, as they are adorned with notable monument works of art and represent a multitude of historic testimonies. That's why cemeteries have been called the open museums, and they join the European cemetery route of the Association of Significant Cemeteries of Europe, which is made up for 20 European countries, and which for almost 20 years now holds an annual meeting and conference, the biggest and most important event for the relevant stakeholders. The municipality of Skiathos is building strong collaborations and highlights every cultural asset, transforming it into a competitive advantage every time under the scope of sustainable development. To that end, Skiathos is among the 15 municipalities of Greece to cooperate with the Department of International Relations of the Ministry of Culture and Sports in the Cultural Route Program of the Council of Europe. The European Cemeteries Route promotes European cemeteries of high artistic and or historical value as an integral part of Europe's heritage, raising awareness of the importance of the cultural heritage resting in cemeteries. And Skiathos has managed to become progressively more known for its rich history through synergies with such European and Greek bodies, and proper management and sustainable development of its local cultural heritage. This has always been a goal of the local stakeholders, but quite unreachable until a few years ago, due to the lack of information, framework, and organization, all things we found in association of significant cemeteries in Europe. The municipality of Skiathos participating in the route has carried out various actions to promote the route as an important aspect of the cultural heritage of Skiathos, and to highlight its contribution to local sustainable development. The story begins in spring 2015 when the Cultural Association Skiathos stumbled upon an article about cemetery tourism in one of the most popular newspapers in Greece. We realized that only one cemetery in Greece was part of the route. Coincidentally, around the same time, we were working on having the cemetery of Skiathos listed as a historical site under the protection of the Ministry of Culture. Upon reading the article, we approached Association of Significant Cemeteries in Europe, and after a year-long process, the cemetery of Skiathos became the second Greek cemetery, following the one in Athens, to join the route. When bodies of the Ministry of Culture became aware of this development, they reached out the Cultural Association of Skiathos, and Skiathos Cemetery became officially a historic site under absolute protection, where no tampering is allowed. After the cemetery of Skiathos joined the route, the cemetery was introduced in the annual general meeting of Association of Significant Cemeteries in September 2015 in Bucharest, with a presentation applauded by the president of the network, Mrs. Lydia Plippersberg, as an example and exemplary and scientifically thorough. During the same meeting, I was elected a member of the steering committee, the first Greek to be bestowed such an honor, and was appointed the Association of Significant Cemetery representative in Greece. The Greek Minister of Culture was informed accordingly by the association, and we decided to form a collaboration which resulted in many other Greek municipalities joining and being in the process of joining the Association of Significant Cemeteries. On May 2017, the Cultural Association Skiathos had the honor to hosting the steering committee meeting of the association. The meeting takes place every October and March, but because of the particular nature of Skiathos as a destination, it was planned for May. It was the first time that the steering committee took place in Greece, which made it even more special for us. The director of the Department of International Relations of the Ministry of Culture and Sport presented the actions taken regarding the routes and related the ministry support to the annual general meeting that was followed in Athens. We also had the great pleasure of supporting the annual general meeting in 2017, which was organized by the Harkopoulos University of Athens. The meeting was focused on ancient Greek art and European funerary art, how ancient Greek cemetery art influenced the neoclassical one. On May 2018, we had the pleasure to co-organize with the Department of International Affairs of the Ministry of Culture of Greece and hosting the Week of Discovering European Cemeteries in Skiathos. The purpose of the week is to highlight the importance of cemeteries as a fundamental part of the collective heritage of humanity. It was the first time Greece took part in the Week of Discovering European Cemeteries, and a wonderful opportunity to promote our collaboration nationally, and at the same time to introduce the beauty of our island. Among the many interesting speeches from distinguished speakers, such as directors and heads of departments of the Ministry of Culture, it was announced that Greece's first educational program of the importance of historic cemeteries was going to be launched nationally. During the conference, all the attendees had the chance to visit the historical sites of our island. The Association of Significant Cemeteries of Europe referred to Greece as an example of to encourage the Minister of Cultures in Europe to follow. In September 2019, during the annual general meeting of the association in Innsbruck, Austria, the Cultural Association Skiathos had the honor to receive an award as a very active member of the association. From the very beginning of our collaboration with the association, we have been impressed by not only their professionalism and effectiveness, but also most notably by their constant readiness and willingness to offer assistance whenever needed. Without their guidance and counsel, we would never have reached the level of
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there seems to be a connection difficulty at this moment. At least on my side, I have lost your audio. Asking, kindly the technical staff if this is the case for the other participants. I see from the chat that it seems to be the case. I take the opportunity to highlight while we wait for the mayor to be back online. Mr. Mayor?
Hello?
Yes, you're back online. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm sorry for the bad
No
connection.
problem.
I was saying about Innsbruck and the annual general meeting. Should I continue from that point?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Other actions taken included the presentation of the Association of Significant Cemeteries sent to a letter by the association sent to the Ministries of Culture of countries members of the association in order to introduce the association and inside participatory interest to share our vision within the framework of the European Cemeteries Routes of the Council of Europe. Apart from the fact that it is essential that the Ministry of Culture have the official information for association, this letter could be a useful tool for the association members to launch a cooperation in their country with the respective of the Ministry of Culture. Cemetery Day proposal project to the Council of Europe to highlight the role of fostering a shared sense of history and identity in order to increase a sense of belonging and connection with cultural heritage. We hope to further develop the relationship between the public and the cemeteries, between the past of our position in history. The main purpose of the International or European Day is to commemorate. Why does not the cemetery, the most concentrated place of remembrance and memory has its own European Day to celebrate? Presentation article of the association sent to different magazines and newspapers throughout the world. All the actions and events under our initiative have been very warmly and enthusiastically received and promoted by both the local and, most importantly, national press, with dozens of articles appearing during prime time and its biggest circulation newspaper and magazines. As a conclusion, there are many benefits to a cemetery being recognized as a significant cemetery of Europe. Its particular nature as a cultural heritage monument is highlighted, and the Association of Significant Cemetery of Europe offers many possibilities to its members, such as the use of the official insignia and the relevant marketing material, the know-how of cultural and tourist valorization of cemeteries, the opportunity to be part of future Join the Europeans project, the organization of actions and cultural events, etc. The local society of Skiathos had the chance to rediscover the cultural importance of the cemetery and its sites, not only the island past but the future, by strengthening the community bonds with the identity of Skiathos. Furthermore, promoting the significant cemeteries, European cemeteries through the association channels promotes sustainable tourism development. Understanding the significance of European cemeteries is inextricably interwoven with understanding the European culture. We must always keep in mind that one of the fundamental aspects of sustainable development of tourism is fostering an extensive discussion in order to safeguard, preserve, and promote the extraordinary pieces of art resting in cemeteries and prove to local communities the great value of cultural heritage. The cemetery of Skiathos is home to the most distinguished sculptures of the island, such a degree that, according to experts, the perfections of the columns that can be found that have no equal in other European cemeteries. Participating in the European cemetery route has become a point of reference for Skiathos Islands, and even making the cemetery one of the most attractions of Skiathos according to TripAdvisor. There is no reason why this cannot become the norm of every municipality with a cemetery of historical value in Europe. Preserving and promoting cemeteries and their cultural significance preserves and promotes European cultural diversity. We must now know and love our history by protecting it in every form and promoting all over the world. The thing to remember here is a concept of high importance. Think global, act local. Each place's comparative advantages should sustainably become its landmark, creating a Europe network of protected and admired collective memory and knowledge. In a general frame, City of Skiathos has developed the Skiathos 2030 mission statement form for the 17th UN Sustainable Goals in a large-scale public participation process. It sets out how we intend to live in Skiathos in 2030, and in doing so live up to our global responsibilities. In our volunteer local review, we report on how we are achieving the Skiathos 2030 mission statement with a description of the associated indicators and the measures we are already implementing to this end. I have to underline that Skiathos is the only city in Greece that has a VLR review, the volunteer local review, and among 62 cities from all over the world. Once again, we would like to thank the Association of Significant Cemeteries of Europe and the Ministry of Culture of Greece. Without those help, we would never been where we are now. The inspiring leadership of the president of the association, Mrs. Lydia Plibersbeck, and the support of Mrs. Marianne Anastasiadou, head of the Department of International Affairs of the Ministry of Culture, were fundamental in successfully promoting the cultural heritage of Skiathos and in the sustainable development of our island as a destination. Only through such exceptional collaborations and calculated initiatives can we finally come together as a macro region while highlighting our local identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure and a privilege for us to have you online today, also for your commitment to the European Route of Historic Cemeteries. We are very, very pleased that Skiathos has been such an important driving force in promoting this wonderful cultural route that speaks about our past, but also preservation, transmission of our cultural heritage, as you very well said in your presentation. I take this opportunity to also thank the Ministry of Culture and Sports of Greece. As you know, we have a very strong relationship with your ministry, in particular for the chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers of a few years ago, but also in particular for the annual forum that the city of Hania will be hosting next year. And I take the opportunity to thank the ministry, Mr. Kalamantis, its Director of International Relations, and Mr. Fotis Vlachos, who is online with us today. It is a wonderful partnership, and we're doing very good work all together. So please consider yourself invited to the annual forum, where we hope to have a presentation about historic cemeteries. Now, the organizers of the meeting asked me to kindly present also the two speakers that will follow, but we will need to keep the time because we're running out of our allotted time. As you might have imagined, we'll have to shorten the virtual coffee break, but this is such an interesting panel that every panelist is entitled to speaking about the cultural route and their projects and their activities, because these are wonderful initiatives. So the next speaker is Miss Julia Ramo. She will be speaking about the roots of the olive tree. She's a graduate of History, Archaeology, and Cultural Resources, and she's currently working in the Planning and Development Department of Culture Foundation, the roots of the olive tree. Miss Ramo, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think my presentation is on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. As mentioned, I am the executive assistant of the Roots of the Olive Tree, and we're very excited and honored to participate in today's conference, which has such a valuable meaning. The topic of my presentation will be the presence and development prospects of the olive tree roots in the Adriatic and Ionian macro region. But before we get into the topic, allow me to introduce ourselves. As I already mentioned, we are a certified cultural route of the Council of Europe since 2005, and we are based in Kalamata in Greece. More specifically, the roots of the olive tree are itineraries of intercultural dialogue and sustainable development, framed with cultural events and various activities around the Mediterranean of the olive tree. Our objective is to internationally valorize the regions around the Mediterranean, valorize and safeguard the olive tree heritage, and also enhance and internationally promote the olive tree on behalf of the local economies by creating synergies among heritage, tourism, and sustainable development. These itineraries are framed with exhibitions, meetings, social activities, as well as research and publications around the history, symbolism, and value of the olive tree. So about our presence in the relevant region, already since 2004 in the Adriatic and Ionian macro-region, itineraries had been organized in order to start a dialogue with chambers and representatives of the olive oil sector. This pre-existing presence that we had in the region, and also our expertise in cultural heritage management, and the opportunity that was presented by the Roots for You project that I'm gonna explain shortly after, facilitated the process of expanding the network and the points of interest of the route. For those that maybe do not know about the Roots for You project, I will quickly make a sum up. Roots for You is a joint program between the Council of Europe and the European Union, and it aims to foster regional development through the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program in the 4 EU macro-regions according to the Faro Convention. Besides regional development, other objectives of the project are cultural cooperation and social cohesion. Saying all that, in the framework of the Roots for You project, several points of interest linked to the olive tree were identified all along the Ionian Adriatic coast, and a connection between them offers a better tourist visibility. Thanks to the Roots for You program, the countries of the area had the opportunity to cooperate on subjects of mutual interest, to create synergies, and better coordinate their efforts in key sectors such as sustainable tourism, environmental quality, and blue growth. Our case, the Roots of the Olive Tree case, falls within the first of these sectors, which is sustainable tourism. In general, the Roots of the Olive Tree covers all the Mediterranean countries, but more specifically, we focused our efforts on the following 3 objectives. First, to expand the Roots of the Olive Tree in the macro region, starting with 3 countries, Croatia, Greece, and Slovenia. 2, to develop a strategy to identify the main tourism stakeholders and strengthen the sense of belonging to our network. And 3, create a specific tourism offer linked to the olive tree heritage. To do all this, we proceed as follows. First of all, we identify the points of interest, then we map these points of interest, and at last, when we have completed all these steps, we are working on cooperation with local tourist offices. So taking into account all this information, these are the following points of interest that have been integrated to the olive tree route thus far. Okay. In Croatia, a total of 31 points of interest have been surveyed and documented to date, focusing in the following areas of the country that you can now see on your screen. In Slovenia, 24 points of interest have been identified and documented to date, the majority of which are in the following regions of the country that you can also see on your screen right now. And finally, in Greece, 26 points of interest have been recorded and documented to date in 2 selected regions, which are the southwestern Peloponnese and Corfu Island. All these points of interest with their full description are already mapped on our website on the subsection entitled Points of Interest. A strong wish and priority of ours is the development of more environmentally friendly routes. So we're carrying out a search of possible hiking routes. Based on the selected areas and points of interest, we have started the creation of proposals for local hiking and cycling routes in all 3 countries, which are available in electronic form. More specifically, as you can see on the PowerPoint, in Croatia, Dubrovnik-Neretva area, we suggest a trip to Trpanj with departure point Vrilo, excuse my pronunciation also, in Slovenia, in the Portorož-Piran region, we suggest a beautiful route through olive groves with a departure point Portorož and destination Strunjan Valley. And finally, in Greece, in Messenia, we suggest a route from Kalamata to Kardamili that combines car and hiking with an extra new olive tree landscape path that is unknown to the public. Here you can see all the 3 suggested routes, and again, they're also displayed on the official Olive Tree Routes website if you click on the itineraries proposals. Now, based on all the previous information I mentioned, I will quickly present you some of the benefits and impact of the routes of the olive tree in the Adriatic and Ionian macro region. First, it contributes to the development of local market economy and improves tourism offer quality. Another benefit is the diversification of tourism products in the area by counterbalancing seasonal and coastal tourism, innovation and developing the capacities of stakeholders in sustainable and responsible tourism, and finally, a creation of network of thematic tourism and expansion to trans-border communities. As for the next steps, our first goal is to further strengthen the relations and cooperation within the EUSAIR framework and to develop more activities, new cultural tourism proposals, new destinations and points of interest along the route. Also, our hope is to strengthen the links and cooperation with the relevant state, regional and local bodies for the development of cultural routes. And finally, we're planning to develop areas of interest through the creation of a value chain around the points of interest of the route. As for the funding, which is a key factor for the continuation of the projects, we are hoping for the inclusion in current or future EUSAIR flagship projects, European Union and Council of Europe projects, and we also hope for a possible continuation of the Routes for You project or others with relevant scope.
Thank you.
In conclusion, in this effort, the cooperation of possible actors that know the terrain would be invaluable for the further establishment of routes of the olive tree across the Adriatic and Ionian coast. That's all from my part. Thank you very much for your attention and for this opportunity to participate in this conference.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ramo, and welcome to the Roots of the Olive Tree family, and thank you for your presentation. Important presentation because you mentioned the development of the cultural route, the mapping of its extension, the huge potential that the roots of the olive tree has in the Mediterranean for further development, but also because you mentioned national routes. Almost like a federation of routes at national, European level around the theme of the route of the olive tree. I want to mention the memorandum of understanding we signed as Council with UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization. We hope that be also the opportunity to develop cultural tourism products along the different national routes, as you mentioned, and also tourism products that you mentioned at the end. So thank you for your presentation. We have now the pleasure of the last of our speakers being with us today to talk about the Phoenicians route. Final speaker is Professor Ksenia from the International University, who will be discussing the Phoenician routes. Ms. Kecha will be speaking about the recent developments as a member of the scientific committee of the Phoenician routes, but also as head of International Relations Office of the University of Zagreb, International University of Zagreb. She's also a tourism expert focusing on tourism policy, and she is also participated in project coordinations of many EU projects. And she has also given her advice as independent expert evaluator for the cultural roots of the Council of Europe program. Xenia, you have the floor, 10 minutes in order to allow us for some questions and answers possibly, or gathering some questions for later on being able to address them during the second part of the meeting. So Xenia, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dominiani. It is my great pleasure and honor to be invited at this important event for EUSAIR stakeholders, networks, and partners. Just let me briefly introduce the Phoenician route and one of our tourism cultural projects based on Smart Ways strategy. So the idea of the Phoenician route came from the Italian Ministry of Tourism in 1994. The Phoenician route is a transnational thematic route recognized since 2003 in the Council of Europe program, Cultural Route. And since 2016, it is a thematic route of interest of the UN World Tourism Organization. The Phoenician route promotes the cultural and archaeological heritage of Mediterranean civilizations following the ancient nautical and maritime routes, and offers considerable potential for promotion, visibility, and development of related tourism products. So the theme is the intercultural Mediterranean dialogue based on ancient Mediterranean civilization heritage. The essence or the starting point of the Phoenician route project development is community tourism, which means sustainability and involvement of local communities with positive effects on employment at local level by developing new professional skills in currently vacant roles and reinforce of SMEs. So when we talk about community tourism, we are thinking of tourism for the community, with the community, and in the community. We are currently present in 11 countries with more than 100 members. And what is our best practice example? When one of them is Smart Way, means a pathway, a synonym for sophisticated tourism product that acts as a collector of heritage communities and single services, developing a territorial quality offer, enhancing service standards of companies and territories involved, developing cooperation between different parts of the supply chain, and promoting service activities for the fruition not yet realized. It also allows to identify the attractive resources in terms of sustainable tourism in the areas involved and enhance the existing through networking activities and sustainable integrated tourism chain. So the development of the road team is understood as a route to follow by stages with its own and original characteristic, a new mode over which are structured pathways based on slow tourism, sustainable, creative, experiential, social, accessible, and responsible tourism. So this is a circuit between different realities aimed at increasing the visits of sites and areas with lower affluence. The transnational thematic product of this creative tourism across the Mediterranean represents the direct output of the route's innovation strategy based on creativity and creative tourism, so emphasizing the value of the experiential, emotional, and sensorial element that make the consumer the absolute protagonist of a narrative built specifically for him. And we propose a concept of tourism that offers visitors the opportunity to develop their creative potential through the participation in educational activities and experiences. Then we have a heritage pedagogy, development of new creative narratives such as storytelling, story doing, heritage interpretation, using the local register and narrative culture focusing on memory and identity to promoting the direct involvement of users. Then we have a creation of innovative edutainment technologies, gamification as a way to attract, engage and educate visitors on cultural heritage, give destinations a global visibility, encourage users to interact with the places and their crucial and natural heritage. So under this project, we created the video games based on the Mediterranean trading routes to be integrated in local tourism operators' marketing strategy. It is important to emphasize also internationalization, which means identification of the most local stakeholders, public and private, for the promotion of heritage and tourist offer within the international network of Phoenicians route. Deseasonalization, that what we use is the innovative methodology that allows to shift from destination tourism to a motivation tourism, which is not linked to the seasonality. And finally, sustainability and involvement of local community, which is in the focus of all our projects. Furthermore, the project, it tends to strengthen the intercultural Mediterranean dialogue, recreating a Mediterranean community, such as called Koine, with real power and resources. So Smart Ways operate through various forms of tourism product development based on 4 axes: enhancement of cultural and museum attractions and land, enhancement of local products and territories to the Mediterranean diet, enhancement of the brand and image of the Phoenician route, and development of sustainable and maritime and nautical smart ways. So in our experience approach, we take into account the evolution of the tourism product from territory to the tourist experience, from the set of local resources, tourist organization of resources, creation of the tourist offer for the market, and finally to the end, to the thematic and personalized proposals. Our experience approach is based in greater integration between attractions, greater integration between territory and attraction, and the result is development of smart ways intended as a collector of assets, communities, and individual services. So far, we developed 10 smart ways. As you can see on the slide, these blue rounded arrows. 5 smart ways are under construction, and the final results along smart ways network are the heritage interpretation centers, and so far 2 of them are established. Here are some examples. For example, Smart Way in Italy, Via Selinuntina, Smart Way in Spain, and Smart Way in Cyprus. It is also important to mention that the route can be more or less 100 or between 100 and 400 kilometers, but the concept is not based on length, but on the quality of the offer and the relationship between the various operators involved. So a focus is not only of this project, but on all of the projects that we are developing, is on a vision of creative and sustainable tourism development. Focus on the main tangible and intangible resources of great interest along smart ways, improvement of the quality of the hospitality offer, and finally establishment of the smart made, but in the mind of tourists. So what is the state of play? It is important to recognize several phases or stages in projects or in creation of cultural tourism products. First of all, a brief analysis can be summarized in the following points, such as local resources, services and operators, analysis of tourist flows, resources, direct and indirect competitors. Then in order to realize the implementation of the smart ways and the interpretation centers, stakeholders and local communities in general must put in place the ability to identify and solve the problems of putting the changes into effect. And the capacity building is therefore crucial and is therefore conceived as a set of activities that aim to strengthen the self-adaptive capacities of the stakeholders and organizations involved. Benefits, it's of course new tourism and development approaches based on creativity, heritage, interpretation, and participation of local communities and stakeholders. The question is, of course, how is the experience created? How can the smart way create a portfolio of proposal? So we distinguish global experience, thematic experience, and local experience. Global experience can be, for example, visits to the archaeological park. Thematic experience can be a costume show, and the local experience could be the dinner in the restaurant serving local cuisine. And to conclude my presentation, my Smart Ways is one of our sustainable projects, but we are also developing many others as example of good practice, and these are following. One of them is creation of a network of eco-museums of the sea and the fishermen in the various countries of the EUSAIR area. This is an example of Heritage Interpretation Center. This is also one of our interpretation center in Menfi, along Via Selinuntina. Then also one of the project is the Phoenician route and the cycling tourism, linking bike and campers with the nautical routes. Then we have underwater ecological routes network, and I'm really glad just to give you a scoop that a few days ago the project of International Center for Underwater Ecology, the project of enhancing underwater ecology, make it an innovative tool for developing sustainable or creative tourism, has been selected for funding under Erasmus Plus program. And then we have a model also that will be applied through the Mediterranean by creating the new network within the Phoenicians route. And also another project just approved starting this days, also funded by under the Erasmus Plus program, is a new project quest promoting quality internships in sustainable tourism and cultural heritage management. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kecha. Yeah, this is another wonderful cultural route of the Council of Europe. The Phoenician route is a model for many reasons. Intercultural dialogue, as I said, the Mediterranean, products, sustainable cultural tourism, innovation, technologies, smart ways. This is really wonderful activities that we are being following very, very closely, and so congratulations to the award of this recent EU-funded project as well. Underwater cultural tourism is indeed a very fascinating new venture for the Phoenician routes to develop in the Mediterranean, and best wishes for your participation as well in the project. We are a little bit over time. At the same time, I wanted all the speakers to be given the full opportunity to present their wonderful initiatives, because these are cultural routes that we strongly support, and we want them to strive and develop and continue growing. So full support from the Council of Europe, but also full support from the ministries of culture and tourism in Croatia, in Greece, in the Mediterranean, Italy, of course. And this ends the first panel. We do have not forgotten the questions and answer sessions that we have suggested our audience to send in written format. They will be able to provide us with questions for you, for the panelists, via the chat or via a written format, and we will forward to you during the day the questions, so that you might come back at the end of the day, either in person if the time allows, or by writing your answers electronically, and that is also important. So I would like to thank all the panelists that were with us. Almir Bestek, Manuela Arvatin, Mr. Potrebica, Professor Potrebica, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Ramo, and Ms. Kecha, and invite you to follow the questions that will be sent to you. And I will give now back the floor to the organizers before doing so, thanking the organizers, the Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Croatia, but also the Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds and the Minister of Foreign Affairs for their support to this event. We will have, and especially myself, would have loved to be in Croatia today, live. This unfortunately is not possible. I look forward to the next opportunity to come to beautiful Croatia in 2022. So thank you again to Vlasta Klarić for the wonderful organization. The floor is back to you in time for the next panel to take off exactly 11:30. Thank you very much from Luxembourg, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Dominioni, and thank to all participants, of course. And now, dear participants, owing to very interesting and elaborated presentations, we shall have our coffee break for only 10 minutes, continuing at 11:30 exactly. Welcome back, dear participants. Our next session will touch upon the issues of over-tourism and recovery, with emphasis on current trends and perspectives, but also paying attention to all those sectors linked to tourism, especially when it comes to future projects, flagships, blue growth, connectivity, and the environment. This conversation will be moderated by Professor Alessandra Priante, the Regional Director for Europe at the World Tourism Organization. Before becoming a Director for Europe at UNWTO, Professor Priante was Chief of Multilateral Relations and Tourism Policy in Italy for the ministries where tourism was positioned, for example, Ministry of Culture and subsequently the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Forestry Policies. Her experience in finance and cultural expertise came together when she joined the Culture Ministry in 2002, where she worked on restructuring public finances and for the culture sector. So let's begin with a warm welcome to Professor Priante, who will make her introductions.
Good morning to all, and thank you very much for this invitation. I am really happy to be with you here. As many of you might remember, I was also representing Italy in the EUSAIR. So for me, it is once again a great, great honor to be here, to be moderating the session, and mostly to be contributing to such an important discussion. So now, before I start my moderation with my esteemed panelists, which I'll be very happy to introduce, I would like to start with some numbers, because we spoke about in the introduction of this, there's many areas, but many times in EUSAIR, we spoke about the importance of data. Good data help good decisions. And it's our duty at UNWTO to support the member states and to support people like you actually supporting your governments to make the right decisions. Obviously, it was interesting for me to hear that in introduction, we spoke about, once again, the word over-tourism was mentioned. I think right now we're really suffering from the total absence of anything to be called like that, because we are in the totally opposite situation. As we have shared with you, and because we are basically providing the global overview of the data of tourism, lately we have experienced a decrease, which compared to 2019 is still a minus 80% in international tourism arrivals. But compared to 2020, it wasn't, we sort of recuperated a little bit, because we went back to a situation which was, I would say, a little bit more acceptable. Now, if we think about this data, they look to us as the data of 1990, except that in 1990, we had a completely different offer. And obviously,
I'm sorry, we do not see the presentation.
Are you not seeing the presentation? Are you sure?
Yes, it's blurred.
Do you see better here? Because, do you see better? Hello?
No.
The presentation is blurred.
Okay, I think that has to do not with the presentation itself, but with the connection. And I'm really sorry about this. There's not really very much that I can do about it. The connection here in Madrid is definitely not one of the best at the moment. So in any case, do you see me?
Yes, we see you, but perhaps you should unblur the
it's impossible. The blurring is not an effect. I don't have a blurred background. As you can see, this is my office in the UNWTO. Okay. The blurring has to do with the connection, with the data traveling, which is not as good as one could think. So really apologies. And I'm just saying, if you see, basically this curve is from 1990, which is in this starting point, and this is the ending point, which is in now 2020, 2021. And this graph, which will be also distributed to you, is basically just to say that the situation is as bad as going back to the data of 1990, with the fact that in 1990, we didn't have as many flights, as many hotels, as many movements and connectivity. We've carried out a global survey. We were asking when you're expecting for a rebound of international tourism in your country. Now, I'm going to try to show you this. Do you see it? Or it's still blurred?
Still blurred.
Okay. Then in this international tourism survey for the rebound, basically Europe expects a rebound in 2024 or the end of 2023. And international tourism, which is the one that we've been lacking lately because our borders were closed, is expected to rebound in a situation which is no sooner than 2023. So going quickly to the impact, we always say at a macro level, over 120 million direct tourism jobs were lost. And we're talking of $1.1 trillion in international tourism receipts and over $2 trillion in terms of global GDP. This means immense economic costs and even greater social costs. I think we're all experiencing a very bad situation regarding labor. So we're also missing out on the critical resources for the conservation and natural and cultural heritage. So what's next? Definitely, we need to restart tourism, and the way we do it is also through meetings like this. So thank you very much for now for this. I will carry forward and make sure that we are initiating a very fruitful discussion based on these, I would say, very hard data. Now, I would like to call and introduce all my fellow panelists today, and I would kindly ask them to please put their camera on and make themselves visible, if that is okay. So first of all, I would like to call upon, I hope you all hear me well. Yes, everything is fine now. Yes?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I would like to call upon, first of all, Daniela Angelina Jelinic, who's a senior research advisor for the Institute for Development and International Relations. I would like to call upon Renata Tomljenovic, who is a scientific advisor at the Institute of Tourism. Then Irene Tsuramani, and she's the research director at the Agricultural Economics Research Institute of the Hellenic Agricultural Organization, Timitra. Sergio Garriba, Istok Skerlitz, who's Public Institute for the Promotion of the Entrepreneurship and Development Project for this municipality of Izola, and this is Slovenia, and Natalia Havidic, who's the Director General at the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Croatia. Fellow panelists, are you all with me?
Yes, we are.
Great,
Yes,
fantastic.
we are. Hello.
Thank you.
Great. So I would like to begin, I would like to share some rules and of the game today. I am supposed to call you all to give a very short presentation, each one of you. And then I would like to engage you in a small conversation before we conclude our panel, because our job today really and truly is to give some feedback, important feedback for the lines along the ones we need to restart tourism. So let me just start with Daniela Jelinic, and we would like to hear it a little bit from you. We understand that in your presentation, you're also going to talk about the innovation perspectives, and definitely we've been saying at UNWTO that innovation is one of the key pillars together with sustainability for the real recovery and restart of tourism. So Daniela, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Hello to everyone. So as Alessandra introduced, I will speak from the innovation perspective about sustainable tourism. I work with the Institute for Development and International Relations, as Alessandra introduced, and we are engaged in monitoring and evaluation of EUSAIR. And within this task, we also monitor innovative actions in sustainable tourism. So I would like to share a few words on innovations. So we know that the European Union strongly supports innovations and that the new financial perspective will definitely foster digital and green innovations. So what we have learned so far within the EU, that most of the innovations in tourism fostered digital communication and augmented reality devices. A lot of projects dealt with that. So let me just give you a few innovations in sustainable tourism, which we discovered in our analysis. So in respect to green innovations, this is an example of the future Hotel Svart in Norway. It's innovative in terms that it will have 85% less than typical what modern hotels have in energy savings. So it's about to be opened in 2023. You can see it's a wooden structure actually in the middle of the fjord. Looks I often quote this example because it was developed in the middle of pandemic. It's a digital tool, a digital app, which you can install on your smart devices. It is related to Faroe Islands, where a virtual tour of the island is offered through the eyes of the local resident, which means that the local resident has the GoPro camera, while the consumer staying at home, well, let's say under the quotation marks, it's tourist, right? So he asks the local resident to move left or right or go straight in order to enable the consumer to discover Faroe Islands. One of them is also very usual type of innovations like My Street Book from Madrid, which is a personalized solution for touring the city, which actually connects the personal interests of tourists with different external conditions. Is it related to transport, timetable, accessibility, etc., etc. Or the one related to cultural roots, for example, or natural heritage sites, one developed by Agile Interpretation, English Heritage actually, which today maybe cannot be called so innovative because we all have already seen QR codes as an interpretive tool, but the thing is that it was developed in the middle of the COVID, so it is innovative in terms of physical distancing, enabling tourists to still use the tour. When it comes to the Adriatic-Ionian region, we have been focusing on the analysis of different types of innovations. So these are those categories, so content of destinations, infrastructural content, supporting activities, and participatory and interactive models of cooperation. The question that we posed was, does innovation always have to be complicated? So just to show that we have analyzed 313 projects, out of those 88 were reporting different types of innovations. So most of them were within the Interreg cross-border cooperation programs, then Adrian, Interreg, Horizon, and different OPs and ROPs. So some examples of innovations, for example, smart heritage, which fosters less visible heritage, therefore, which is often hidden. The innovation is in the creation of the smart heritage cultural route, therefore a unique cultural tourism product. Or within the InMed Tour project, which is the cross-border cooperation between Italy and Greece. So the focus is on the medical tourism, and the innovation is in the creation of a modern e-cluster where medical information from both countries will be stored for the exchange of know-how and good practices. Or Inoculture, for example, with the aim to increase the visibility and immediate identification of less known cultural heritage sites. So again, a lot of projects focuses on heritage sites, is it natural or cultural ones, therefore creating different routes. And this one supports the integration of traditional cultural offer with the ICT. So how coronavirus actually had impact on innovations in tourism? I would say that there were some changes and trends detected. So the three types of changes were the change in the market, the change in the product, and the change in the consumption. So what we have discovered in the pandemic is that the greater resilience was detected for different types of tourism, which are of the soft characters, such as creative tourism, green tourism, experience tourism, and I would say long distance tourism, which is still not detected or defined as tourism, because we know that tourism is defined as 24 hours out of the usual of residence. However, we have seen the Faroe Island innovation, for example, where we talk about remote tourism, therefore tourism without physical travel. So when we talk about the changes in the market, staycation was detected as the focus. When we talk product, the focus was on well-being because of the pandemic. And when we talk about the changes in consumption, so to avoid masses, out of season travel has been fostered. So how can entrepreneurs actually deal with the changes in tourism due to the virus? So the example of market change I would like to share is the Tokati Festival, which usually fosters traditional games in Verona, which is for the local community, but as well as for tourists. And in the pandemic, they changed the market, focusing on the local communities and making contracts with different cities to foster people staying at home due to the virus, due to the pandemic, to play games at home. Product change was detected in different museums, for example, where they turned their usual exhibition into the exhibition focusing on the pandemic. Therefore, new exhibitions have been created and solidarity of all people was detected. And the consumption change, the examples I already showed, therefore the remote tourism, is it really tourism? We still don't know, but some changes could be introduced here. Solo tours with the agile interpretation, as I showed before. So some other innovations are very interesting, where a change of perspective actually can help. A tourism-related business innovation is interesting, where a hotel owner actually decreased the price of a room rental when the booking was made later in the day, so to increase the probability to have the occupancy, which proved to be very successful with 90% occupancy. Or culture-related business innovations, where instead of selling tickets for the show, the change of perspective helped in selling the equipment or selling the idea. So it's not the ticket that is sold, but the audience pays for the artist pensions, for example, or for the arranging the scene, which actually gives the idea of the solidarity, and people are willing to pay. Or before, this is not innovative today, but the concept of the diffused hotels, albergo diffuso, right, was really an innovative concept. So to conclude, we do know that development of sustainable tourism still faces many obstacles, and in the Adriatic-Ionian region, there is still inadequate quality of tourism, lacking sustainability, and some policies of sustainable development are still poorly implemented. Unfortunately, our first report detected that there is still a low level of application of innovations in tourism. I'm not saying that there are no projects fostering innovations. However, what we detected is that sometimes the wording used is innovation, but when dealing with the real definition of innovation, it's not necessarily innovative. So cooperation and education is needed in that respect, and effective incentives for innovation. So we could ask the question whether COVID-19 positively affected innovations in sustainable tourism or not. And we're about to discover that in the future report. So some recommendations to conclude is to invest in the development of knowledge and education, to develop and strengthen cooperation between entrepreneurs, follow the web pages of regional development agencies in order to apply for projects. But the idea is to think about the changing the perspective, and that innovations are not only to obtain the funds, but to make a change. This is very important. So it's not about money, it's about making progress. So sustainability should be a key concept, and leadership is needed. Therefore, some recommendations, possible policies will follow in our future work. Thank you very much. So far, this is from me.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for a very, very interesting presentation. I would just like to take advantage, before passing the floor to our next panelist, take advantage to remind you that since all this information are actually being shared afterwards, please bear in mind that we cannot take very long, otherwise we're not allowing any form of discussion, which I think is also something precious for the participants to this workshop. I would now like to pass the floor to Renata Tomljenovic, who's a scientific advisor at the Institute for Tourism. Obviously, I think, Renata, we want to hear something more about the recovery and the rerouting strategy, as you very correctly call it. And I am particularly looking forward to hearing about the greener macro region that we want to build. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am invited here to talk a little bit about changes that we would like to take place as we are restarting tourism, but also to point out how activities of the EUSAIR, especially its flagship project, are relating to the future we would like all to see. So a number of times, and just about every speaker today have talked or mentioned crisis. Crisis is the time when the life that we have known has disappeared, the system is in chaos, and hopefully out of this chaos a new order is going to be created. While we are in this chaotic time, we don't sit idle, we are thinking about future that we are going to create. And of course, we are thinking now more than ever before about future that we want to be sustainable. As a number of speakers have also referred to, and especially Danielle also in terms of innovation, we have to be aware that although we would very much like development to be sustainable, it is questionable how we use the word and how we understand the word sustainable. For very often it is my opinion that we stick sustainable as a fashionable word to just about anything. But behind this desire to be sustainable and to ensure sustainable development is really the way we behave. So I would actually I would like to think in the context that our responsible actions are foundation for sustainable development. And these actions relate to very much to what is embedded in just about all documents that EU and nation states are producing, with an accent on smart, with an accent on innovative, and accent on green. Smart, innovative, green are currently the concepts that we think are going to take us forward towards a more sustainable future. The Institute for Tourism, together with the big consultancy, had a privilege to be contracted by the Ministry of Tourism and Sports to develop a number of the flagship projects. In 2020, we developed 3. One is relating to cultural tourism, one is relating to green tourism, and one is relating to sustainable tourism management, actually with a strong focus on a destination for sustainable development. I would like just to point out to this last one, dealing with integrating sustainable management. For our research has actually confirmed what we have intuitively felt, and that is that in spite of the 2 or 3 decades of sustainable tourism education at universities, not only in Europe but worldwide, the students are coming out with a strong belief that sustainable tourism and sustainable development is important, but yet they do not have skills and they do not have competency in managing change that is quite urgent if we want sustainable tourism development. Furthermore, we have also been contracted in this year for 2 more projects which relate to cruise air and to air cultural routes. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have entire session earlier devoted to cultural routes. There are 2 more contracted, which is destination management strategy and the living heritage. And if you look very carefully at the content of these flagship projects, they are actually all aligned to what we want to do. As a region, we want to behave more sustainable and have sustainable tourism. I would actually also point out this sustainability is at the core of the products, of the management, and of the education. So this is something that is common because the entire region faces similarities when it comes to tourism, both in terms of the benefits that we derive from tourism, but also in terms of the negative impacts of tourism that we are witnessing. I would argue that all the flagships that are developed within the tourism pillar of the EUSAIR strategies are actually type of the projects that are urgently needed on the path to tourism recovery. And when I'm talking actually about tourism and sustainability of tourism, I would also like to point out that tourism some 30 or 40 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago, was really considered as a social phenomenon. And we were actually teaching our children to travel to broaden horizons, to be better citizens. And then somehow about 20 years ago, or maybe 10 even more, when we started to talk about tourism as an industry, then we turned it into money-making machine, and we've forgotten the human dimension of tourism. And maybe these flagship projects, as well as any other initiatives that we are doing in the Adriatic-Ionian region, are going to reposition tourism once again as a tool for social improvements, as more than the economic or money-making machine, to say it bluntly. So when you look at the commonalities of these flagship projects, that is reflection on the way the entire tourism pillar of the EUSAIR is actually thinking and is conceived. They are the things that we very much needed, and they are urgent in recovery in any case. Of course, there is competitive advantage. Once the crisis is over, there will be great competition between destinations to get their tourism moving on again. But there is also accent on increasing quality of tourism, on improved management, on using data more effectively, on increasing productivity and encouraging growth, but growth that is managed and growth that the local systems can support. How they contribute to this desired future that we all want. All these projects have embedded into them ICT platforms for digitalization of tourism system and tourism experiences. They have knowledge alliances for, as I said, knowledge and competencies are increasingly important. They all have common improved management, better education, common branding, and special interest products. When I say special interest products, they especially placed well to reduce the effects of seasonality and to provide off-season experiences. So how do we go from what we have put on papers, what we are discussing in our professional and academic circles, into actions? One path is, and we all follow this path as nation state, is our own national policies. But within Mediterranean and the area of Adriatic-Ionian space, we all actually have to be aware that we share many commonalities, and as I pointed out, many problems as well. And also we share the crisis, and this crisis has no border. And what we want to do is something that benefits to all. So the flagships are really designed and to be the projects for the entire region, and not only for each nation state. Although when we are looking for funding, some cross-border funding is an option, but we strongly urge that we are thinking about these flagship projects as the project for the entire region. So with this brief overview of thinking about crisis and recovery and flagship contributions to desired future, I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to present it all and call it off. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Renata. That was indeed incredibly interesting. And I would just like to remind all, because I was just informed by the organizers that one of our panelists, Sergio Garriba, might not be able to join us. And before I pass the floor to Irene Zuramani, I would like to remind you all that we have many women that are in charge of tourism, many women who are designing the future of tourism, many women that are asked to design the recovery, the restart of tourism. And this, it's very heartwarming because with all due respect to our fantastic co-panelists joining us today, Isto, EUSAIR as well, to my experience, was also a group of many women, both in the scientific academia part and in the government part. And I think the fact this combination between our, let's say, maybe our attitude to finding solutions to designing recovery and embracing, and mostly our, let's say, desire to never give up, really help keep the positive vibe of tourism pulling. And allow me to say this because I would like to remind all of us that from today onwards, there's a 16-week launch. This is the International Day. And we're launching the action of 16 days to fight the violence against women. So this for me was a great opportunity to remind us all. So having said this, and talking about also, I would say, rural development and all the other possible aspects that we can find in. It's blue, it's green. And I do remember my time when tourism was with agriculture. I'm very pleased to pass the floor to Irene Zuramani, the research director at the Agricultural Economics Research Institute in Greece, in Salonika, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Irene, you're in Salonika.
Yes, now I am in Athens, but
now I
was a student there. Yes.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very inspiring workshop. In my presentation, I will share with you the cross-pillar project idea, blue culture, the development of macro-regional cluster on blue culture technologies and creation of international competence center. This is a cross-pillar project idea between Pillar 1, blue growth, and Pillar 4, about tourism. The objective and the aim of this project idea is to exploit the advantages of underwater resources, natural and cultural heritage of macro-region seabed. This project will bring substantial added value to novel tourism products and services, we believe. Blue culture, through the use of blue technologies, will support the creation of a macro-regional cluster and international competence center in the field of documenting, monitoring, managing, protecting, and exploring the value of underwater natural and cultural heritage. Blue culture contributes to the priority of sustainable tourism by enhancing quality in the supply of tourism products and services, and by increasing the competitive advantage of our macro region. The research, development, and innovation of critical technologies for making the underwater environment safer for the scientific divers, the scuba divers, and the underwater workers will develop and support the capacity building and blue skills through the creation of knowledge and awareness centers. We believe that the impact will be significant in the Adriatic Ionian region, because the creation of a permanent working community will increase. We will have a platform of knowledge, technologies transfer, and best practices in policies and initiatives. Will boost the development of sustainable tourism. We will have competitive advantages in local, coastal, and island communities, and we will create positive economic impact for the local areas, because the local income will increase. But also we will protect the natural and cultural heritage and to ensure the quality of life. Moreover, we will have the creation of high-tech SMEs. This is innovation. We will create innovation in the underwater field. And all of these positive impacts
So was it just me or we lost Irene?
It's for all of us, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we've lost Irene. Vlasta, would you do me the favor to let me know when she is able to reconnect?
Yes, we are taking care to get back to her.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that maybe we wait just a few seconds if she reconnects immediately. But then if she has a further problem, my suggestion would be to move forward. You are confirming that Mr. Garriba is not here yet?
No, what?
Sorry.
Oh, here she is. Here she is. Very well.
Excellent.
Yes, sorry,
Thank
my
you,
connection. My connection finished at the end. To conclude, we believe that the cooperation between pillars will contribute positively to the macro region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. So
sorry for the problem.
Don't worry, you just came back with a thank yous. I really love that. So yeah, I thought we were already at the end. So thank you, Irene. Thank you so much. So since I'm confirmed that Sergio is now with us, I am very happy to pass the floor to our friend Istot Skerlic, who is from the municipality of Izola. Am I correct? In the Slovenian Istria coast. Is that correct, Istot?
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, and thank you for the nice work, for the nice words for the women's, and of course, I join your attention to this day. I will proceed with the presentation. I will be maybe a little bit shorter than previous one, in order also to gain some time. we as also supporting structure for the thematic pillar of quality of environment. Of course, we would like to point out also the let's say challenges when we are speaking about tourism, also to the to taking in consideration the environment and in particular the nature. So the biodiversity loss is key threats to the whole world, I will say, and also to the EUSAIR. And we already recognize that there are also some economic impact to this, and that's why we must take in consideration the restoring of biodiversity, like is also foreseen in the biodiversity strategy of European Union. In particular, we have to take care about the marine protected areas because we in the Adriatic Ionian region, we are very behind in comparison with the other seas. In line with the biodiversity strategy, we have to strictly protect at least 10% of the sea. Now we are below 1% of the protection. So actions must be taken immediately. On the other hand, what is was on the base also of our interpillar project is the connection of the entire region by the green and blue corridors, which provides the eco-connectivity of the region and the base for the ecosystem approach and ecosystem services. This is explained also in the Council decision from the May during the Slovenian presidency, and you can find it on the link which is there. Our interpillar project, Adrian, was based also now on the previous project, which is still going on, but it concludes in the beginning of the next year, co-financed by Interreg Mediterranean program, where our municipality and also the Ministry of Tourism of Croatia are involved in the conservation and valorization of the environment, testing new approaches. We integrate with the tool of the integrated coastal zone management and marine special planning measures, and establishment also of Inher Natura areas and labels for this area. I will show some small scale investment which were done in Slovenia in our municipality in order to rebuild the path and reroute the visitors which are not anymore searching different ways to in the wild, let's say, to reach our sea or our natural beauties, and this is what is also the aim of the our interpillar project, AdrioNet. So provide some guidelines, multi-destinational natural heritage tourism, and also redirect some tourist flows from coastal areas to the interland in order to increase, let's say, the development of visitors also in the less developed areas, and also to be show some historic and cultural interest in the interland. On the other hand, the interpillar project would like to increase the marine knowledge, exchange best practice in the managing of tourism flows, in particular in the protected areas, where also some capability studies must be are needed in order to preserve our natural beauties also for our children. And this is, let's say, my contribution to the later discussion during the today event.
Thank you very much, Istok. They're actually very beautiful places as well, and definitely Yes, can you hear me, Istok?
Yeah, of course, yes. I was a little bit shorter. That's a surprise.
No, that's excellent. I really appreciate that. So at this point, you allow me to pass the floor to our next and final speaker, who is Natalia Aridic, the Director General of the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Croatia. Natalia, we are looking forward to hearing a little bit more about your national resiliency and recovery plan and what is in store for tourism in Croatia.
Hello, everyone. I must correct you. My name is Ksenia Slivar, and I'm also from the Ministry of Tourism and Sport. Unfortunately, Natalia couldn't be here today with us due to her health reasons, but she greets you all and wishes you all a very successful and pleasant working day. So let me.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. I wasn't informed about it, but it's very good to see you.
Okay, we are prepared in any case. So I will now share my presentation with you. Just a moment. Do you see it?
Yes.
Thank you. So once again, it's my pleasure to be here with you today and at this significant conference and present you our National Recovery and Resilience Plan from 2021 to 2026. And how it will reflect the objectives of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. The plan was formally adopted in July 2021. So the EUSAIR thematic priorities, or pillars, how we call them, represent key challenges as well as key opportunities in the whole region. And for each of these pillars, there are specific topics identified, taking into account the needs, urgency, and the issue of the added value of joint actions in order to solve the existing challenges or build upon the future opportunities. I will point out only several challenges of Croatian tourism. There is the big impact of tourism on the Croatian economy, the highest share in GDP among all EU member states. We lack the qualified human capacities. And we have an unequal seasonal and territorial distribution of tourism with low diversification of services. And over-tourism has many economic, social, and environmental impacts. The structure of the accommodation capacities is not so in favor. We have hotel shares only something more than 10%. Then low multiplying effects of tourism on other sectors, and low energy efficiency, slow transition toward clean energy, and many others. But in addition to this, there is also the COVID-19 pandemic that had a very negative impact on the tourism sector, both globally and especially in Croatia. So as a strategic activity in Croatia, tourism accounts for more than 11% direct share of GDP and recorded a 55% decrease in the number of nights in 2020 compared to the previous years. Luckily, this year was much more successful. So what are common objectives of both strategic documents and where is their correlation? So the specific objectives of the pillar sustainable tourism are diversification of the tourism products and services, together with dealing with seasonality issues and improving the quality of innovation of tourism offer and enhancing the sustainable and responsible tourism capacities of tourism stakeholders. So through our recovery and resilience plan, we plan to contribute to these objectives by developing a new model of tourism that offers more diversified tourist products, contributes to the green and digital transition of tourism entrepreneurs, and ensures adherence to circular economy principles, and by further change of the legislative framework that will allow a better management of tourism development while encouraging business investment in innovation. So the specific objectives of the environmental quality pillar are to ensure a good environmental and ecological status of the environment, to contribute to marine and terrestrial biodiversity, and to improve waste management, especially related to rivers and sea. So in our plan, we plan to contribute to these objectives by further legislative changes for better management of sustainable tourism development, and encouraging investments in energy efficiency, use of renewable energy sources, ensure adherence to circular economy principles, and in the end, to the green transition of Croatian tourism. Furthermore, significant amount of investments will be awarded with focus on climate change mitigation or adaptation, the digitalization of activities in line with the criteria of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, or energy efficiency and waste reduction, as well as the transition to a circular economy, ensuring compliance with the do no significant harm technical guidance. We plan to contribute to the objectives of Blue Growth Pillar by further legislative changes for better management of tourism development and encouraging investments in innovation, digital connectivity, and more efficient use of digital technologies, and by regional diversification and specialization of Croatian tourism through investments in the development of high value-added tourism products. In view of existing challenges, effects of the crisis, and changing demand expectations, the aim of this RRP component specifically dedicated to tourism sector is to transform and modernize the tourism sector while increasing its competitiveness, sustainability, and resilience by achieving three overarching objectives. First one is to increase the resilience and sustainability of the tourism sector through supporting the green and digital transition. Second one is to contribute to the recovery of the tourism sector from the COVID-19 crisis by improving accommodations capacity and social and territorial cohesion. And the third one is to increase the circular economy in tourism and fostering responsible consumption and increase the indirect effects of tourism on related activities. So this reform aims to establish an effective organizational and legal framework for managing the development of sustainable tourism through drawing up first the Tourism Act, then the 2030 strategy for the sustainable development of tourism, then together with national plan for the sustainable development of tourism by 2027, and the strategic environmental assessment. The reform shall include further administrative and parafiscal relief for the tourism sector, further change of the legislative framework that will allow better management of tourism development while encouraging business investment in innovation, developing a new model of tourism that offers more diversified tourism products, contributes to the green and digital transition of tourism entrepreneurs, and ensures adherence to circular economy principles. And last but not least, the reform shall include the reduce of operational procedures that shall contribute to easier, faster, and cheaper startup of tourism business. As part of this reform, the process of transforming the tourism development model towards sustainability will be implemented through the development of the Sustainable Tourism Development Strategy till 2030, from the point of view of socio-economic sustainability, environmental and territorial sustainability. The strategy, as a long-term act of strategic planning of national significance, will also pay particular attention to the issues of land use so far, that is, to be more precise, over tourism in individual destinations as one of the key problems of tourism development. The strategy will also provide a response to how to better promote the reduction of uneven regional development in Croatia. Then we have the system of tourism sustainability satellite accounts that shall create the conditions for managing and monitoring the development of tourism through defined tourism sustainability indicators at both national and regional level. The satellite account will become a tool for public policy management, and the data collection and compilation will be harmonized with the European tourism indicators systems and with the environmental economic accounting system. To improve the efficiency of regional tourism policy, especially, the Regional Tourism Sustainable Satellite Account will be set up with the addition of specific indicators of tourism activity at the destination level, adjusted to signal the possible occurrence of over-tourism. Data and analysis shall underpin both public and private, the strategic direction of planning, as well as becoming a relevant policy management tool. And last but not least, the Tourism Act shall provide a framework for the monitoring and development of the tourism sector through the establishment of data monitoring and analysis system, a system of incentives, monitoring and analysis of investments, the definition of the role of key stakeholders in the development of tourism and inter-service cooperation, and the definition of indicators and standards for ensuring the sustainability of tourism, in particular green and digital standards. So the investments in green and digital transition amounts 4.5% of total value of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. So in total, when speaking in kunas, that is 2,200 million kunas. First investment shall include financial support in the form of grants to develop, adapt and upgrade public tourism infrastructure through Croatia by increasing energy efficiency and the share of renewable energy sources, support green and digital transition while promoting the tourism products that can generate greater added value in line with the principles of the circular economy. The objective of second investment is to strengthen the competitiveness of entrepreneurs and to contribute to the development of sustainable tourism, also again through the green and digital transition, by implementing green projects such as increasing energy efficiency using renewable sources and the circular economy, uptake of innovation and digital technologies, and developing environmentally friendly tourism products and resource efficiency. Then the objective of third investment is to strengthen the resilience of human capital through the tourism sector, through education programs specifically designed for labor market needs with a focus on digital, green, and management skills. The first two investments will be implemented through open calls in the form of grants. And in the end, we have the operationalization of the reform of the tourism management system, which is also envisaged through investment from the component number 2, setting up tourism application solutions with the aim of administrative relief of entrepreneurs and transforming the tourism model towards sustainability. So we will develop 4 solutions. E-services for integrated administrative and non-administrative procedures that will facilitate the business of entrepreneurs and communication with public administration. Second one is application solution for destination management and establishment of value chains, including a solution for managing tourist flows. And that is an IT solution for strengthening the efficiency of tourist boards in the field of sustainable destination management. Then the third is the business intelligence system in tourism that will enable and support the entrepreneurs in making business decisions and the public sector in making decisions and creating public policies. And in the end, we have the continuation of digitalization of cross-dock destination sustainability monitoring system with the aim of systematic destination sustainability monitoring. All investments should be completed by the end of 2022. 25. So we reached to the end of my presentation. I thank you all for your attention, and if there are any questions, additional questions, please feel free to ask them now or even later through the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. Thank you. In the meantime, I was informed by the organizers that we were joined by Sergio Garrida. Yes. Mr. Garrida, are you with us? Hello, Mr. Garrida, can you unmute yourself? No, you were much better before. Otherwise we see you vertical, Mr. Garrida. Here like this, we see you fine. And when you need to unmute yourself. Hello? Mr. Garriba, can you hear us? Okay, Vlasta, I suggest at this point, because Ksenia was our last speaker, I suppose that since Mr. Garriba is joining us with the phone, he will not be sharing any presentation with us. So would you allow me to proceed in moderating a discussion?
Yes, please. Yes, you can proceed with discussion, and Mr. Garriba can join us later on if he succeeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to go back to our first panelist, Daniela. I would like to just deepen a little bit more with you, because you brought in, I think, a very interesting point of view from innovation and sustainable tourism in the Adriatic Ionian region. Now, what I wanted to ask you is, what do you think are really, I mean, we always say that COVID has to be an opportunity, no? Because definitely, if we miss this chance of rethinking properly all the pros and the cons of our choices and our objectives, it's really, I always say this in conferences, it's really a lost chance, no? Someone gave us a check of $1 million and we threw it on the bin. At the end of the day, it feels like that. No, but Daniela, how do you think innovation is pivotal in this rethinking and its redesigning?
Could you please just repeat the last sentence? I lost it.
I'm saying, how much do you think innovation is pivotal, yeah, in this redesigning and rethinking of tourism that COVID somehow brought us and forced us to do?
Well, I think, well, personally, but also from the research point of view, I think innovation definitely has a role in it. However, I have to say that there is another aspect here, and this is a psychological aspect. So we, as you said, we saw that the pandemic is here. We were all shocked, and we asked ourselves, can we provide some innovative solutions? However, at the same time, while we are thinking about innovations, we are still hoping that everything will go back as it was before. And we can see it here For example, in Croatia, as much as we do have some innovative solutions, well, it's not the case only in Croatia, but elsewhere, that we all hope that the tourism will be as it was before. And we are directing all our strengths in trying to how to say it, to transfer the situation in the old times. So this is what I think is preventing the real innovation to happen. Number two is that we still lack the basic knowledge about innovation. So some kind of a type of definition of innovation would be that it represents a significantly improved product or a service. So definitely innovation is something new. But what we cope with here is that we have definitely creative projects, but they're not necessarily innovative. So when we reach the level of understanding of the innovation, then people will probably think out of the box. And here we again go to the question of psychology, because nobody wants to think out of the box because it's difficult. Creativity is difficult, you know, and some examples of good practice can be stimulating and have people think in different ways. So I'm not saying that innovation has to be something very difficult. There are really some simple solutions. What we have discovered within our research is that people usually think that innovation is related to digital solutions, whereas this is really a good example. Digital transformation is very important. We have seen it that everybody went digital in the pandemic, but not only digital solutions are the ones which are digital. I can show you an example where we analyzed the projects that the winning projects within different programs in the Adriatic Ionian region, where the descriptions of the projects are in line with innovative software or innovative something. Whereas when you dig deeper, it's not about innovative software, but the software is which innovative technologies or software. So the technologies are those that exist, but they apply it to maybe some creative is what it defines, how we apply it. And I'm glad that the other speakers in this panel also shared some cross-pillar projects. Some research show that innovations happen. They are likely to happen when we gather together people from different perspectives, people from different backgrounds, either geographical, either professional backgrounds, and it's very, very important. I just finished a second report, and I can share exclusively that we recommended not only sharing the knowledge between different pillars or different Adriatic Ionian regions, but sometimes we also need out of the box thinking in terms of having partners outside the Adriatic Ionian region to foster innovations.
Thank you, Daniela. This was a very exhaustive answer. There's many things that I would like to link upon, but let me just react firstly to one thing. I agree with you. We call innovation everything. we call digital everything. For us, digital is being on the phone. Digital is being on the phone, but it's not only that. Digital is also the availability of networks. Digital is also a different way of thinking. It's different layers. So I agree with you. There is a general use of words like sustainability, innovation, digital transformation. There are words that make our strategic plans look very, very nice. Our presentation look beautiful, but in reality, people don't really know what that means and what that entails. I agree with you. Nevertheless, I would disagree with you on the fact that we all want to go back to before, because there are some countries or destinations that are actually thinking, wait a second, I do not want to go back like before because I will not be able to manage it. Management becomes a key element here, because obviously it's not that they want to go back to before, they want to go back a little bit because there's an immense need of liquidity. And tourism, if you keep entire destination shut, businesses don't have money, hotels don't have money, people don't have money, they lose their jobs, there's no training, there's no education, there's nothing. So obviously, you open the doors and everybody wants to get everybody in, obviously. But I'm convinced, for example, in the case of Croatia or Slovenia, that I personally had a chance to sort of deepen, that maybe this is the right time to not go back to normal, because the possibility of not being able to manage the flows is what actually brings in, let's say, quick money now, but no money for the next year, because the COVID spreads and then you have to shut everything down. And then once again, the season is compromised. So opening and closing is often much worse than actually keeping closed. I know it's a paradox, but in these times it worked like that. So I have a question for Ksenia. You presented very ambitious, Ksenia, are you with us? Yes, a very ambitious recovery plan from Croatia. And of course, from Croatia, I'm expecting nothing less than an ambitious plan. And also with a good amount of money, with respect to how much you value tourism as part of your economic value chain and a contribution to your own GDP. But to answer, let's say, to react directly on Daniela's doubts, are you actually going back to normal? Do you want to go back to normal, or for you, this is really the right time to correct the situation?
Thank you, Alessandra. We are deeply aware of the current situation and the need to transform and to change. We cannot go back where we used to were. We need to change our minds and even if we have to change even in the public sector to be more proactive and to anticipate and to be ready for the demand that is over there. Lots of our entrepreneurs during this crisis are constantly asking us what do we plan to do, is there any spare money or to help them or to continue their job. But it's not only to give them grants. It can help, but it won't solve the problems that are already there. We have ambitious plans related in a way how to finance our entrepreneurs, but also the public sector with the investments in public tourism infrastructure, and also to transform our entrepreneurs to change their digital readiness to be green and not to forget to be innovative. We plan special call dedicated to support innovation and to support their networking, the networking of the private and public sector in development of the innovations and in not just to have completely new innovations, but also there are some smart solutions, some innovations that can be also applied in the tourism sector, so that it can be implemented in tourism sector and help them as well. So basically, to conclude, we are well aware that there is no turning back and that we have to look ahead, and we really do hope that this National Recovery and Resilience Plan will have a significant impact on the transformation of our tourism system. And as I was presenting you in my presentation, we also have a significant and large reform of the tourism sector in the sense of introducing the monitoring systems and the new law on sustainable tourism. So there is plenty of work ahead of us, and we all hope that we will be successful in it.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. Actually, you're giving me a lot to reflect upon, and also the opportunity to bring back to the conversation Renata, because I was wondering, Renata, in your presentation you also mentioned, but I think it's also very interesting compared to your experience. I was wondering, I mean, now this period proved to be very important for domestic tourism and nearby, or domestic tourism and nearby tourism proved to be the real source of recovery for tourism, because if we didn't have that, we probably wouldn't have even had, we wouldn't be talking now. But the interesting part is it gave us the opportunity to reflect upon domestic and nearby to really be a source, and regional, together with national, to really be a huge element in the drafting of a policy. So, for example, at UNWTO, 2020 was the year of tourism for rural development, but it proved to be so important for every destination that is now a big pillar of our strategy of our looking into the future. So we're actually focusing at helping destinations in developing their rural, let's say, experience and vision. Now, what do you think right now can be done so that regional and national really play a more, let's say, a role which is more in equilibrium? And where do you think really regional can make the difference for future policies?
I'm sorry, I also have to ask you kindly to repeat your last sentence or so, because we have President Macron visiting us in Zagreb, and right now the planes are above us making a bit of noise.
That's fantastic. Well, I'm very happy for you that Macron is in Croatia. I'm saying, where do you think is the point of equilibrium between regional and national for the drafting of the policy of the future? And if you see this really in this post-COVID, you see really regional as playing the leading role somehow compared to national?
Certainly, I think that the regional perspective is very important. Just to give you an example, some time ago, I was invited to Israel to talk about wine tourism that at some stage I was working on. And it was very interesting discovering the same trajectory of the wine industry development and wine tourism. And the story that we are telling in each nation as being our own is really very unique, unique to a region. So instead of developing wine routes of a sub-region within the country, the idea was to develop a Mediterranean wine tourism route just because of this commonality. So not only we share very similar histories, I had a group of people on an Interreg Europe project just yesterday here, and when we talked about our little stories, it was like it was the common that we all recall that something similar is in our country. So I think by sharing experiences regionally and developed and taking regional perspective will help us to fast forward in terms of all those aspects that we're talking today: sustainability, innovations, storytelling, being smart, going digital. I said it's a wishful thinking maybe, because also we like to forge at the same time our own national uniqueness. We want to, especially when it comes to market position and when it comes to branding, we want to do something that is unique to us. So I think the key would be firstly to be aware at collective and individual level that, as Ksenia has pointed out just a moment before, that we can't go back to how it used to be. So we have to do something new in much more smarter way. So the thing is to do it collectively, but also the thing is to be aware at individual level that we also have to change. Probably it's always the trick is in details and in having a good sense of balance between the two.
Thank you so much. Irene, in terms of your perspective, which is the Blue Girls, what do you think are the main challenges that would need immediate attention, and if they don't get resolved, that will be very much of an issue in the post-COVID?
Thank you. I believe that we have to support all our coastal and island areas because we had a few problems there due to the COVID pandemic, COVID effect. And we have to see how to organize all of these issues to support with tourism, with other activities in order to give a new air in the local areas.
Great. And Istok, I mean, if we go back to the same situation as before, definitely protected areas go back to the original issue, which is how do we preserve them? On the other hand, if we develop rural destinations, we will eventually have to look very carefully into making sure that the protected areas remain protected. So how do you see what is the main message that you want to give out in this? What do you think should be done in order to find that type of point of contact that would allow the development of these destinations, but still make sure that the areas are protected?
Yeah, so the main message is that we have to manage better the tourist flow in order to not give all the pressure to the protected areas, and especially the coastal protected areas, where we can find, let's say, a lot of industry, a lot of transport, and also a lot of tourism. And this is not a sustainable way to develop any region in the touristic way, and also preserving the biodiversity. So the answer is what we supposed to make interdisciplinary or interpillar project, joining also the transport. Today it was supposed to have also Mr. Gariba with us, who is the coordinator of the pillar of transport and energy. So I think that the public transport, so the management of flows in the interland, giving less pressure to the coastal areas, together with the public transport, it's the key, let's say, to give some less pressure to the coastal areas and give back the biodiversity of the seas and the coastal zones near the seas better to the what was previously to the COVID, because this is what we would like to be in the future. And so I imagine that we will not see in the future car parks or garage near the sea, but this will be managed in the way that we will have the main flows in the hinterland and then visiting protected areas and coastal areas with a more sustainable way, let's say. And that's the key message. So touristic flows must be managed. We cannot leave them without so giving to the people that they just do like before.
And as well as, if I may add, as I was also pointing out in my presentation, which I'm very sorry that you were not able to actually see, but I will also circulate. I was told that, yes, the blurring behind me does not allow that specific visibility with Prezi, who's a very new and beautiful program that allows to make all these presentations a little less boring. I was pointing out that when we lose resources from our GDP, ultimately we also lose resources to protect, to conserve our natural and our immaterial, let's say, and material patrimony, our heritage. So it is also important that besides the very good points that you were raising, we also remember that we need money for protected areas. And in order to allocate money, we need to first satisfy what Daniela was pointing out, and Xenia as well, in the supporting line, which is the entrepreneurs, the companies, the people working in the sector, and the travel, let's say, entities, the airlines, so it becomes really, if that core business is not supported, then all the rest is obviously not supported. So it is, in a way, we're in a very peculiar / dangerous situation that we need to be able to manage in the best way possible. Now, since we have a little time, I would really be happy to open the floor to questions from the public. And I would like to ask Vlasta to, since I'm not seeing the questions coming from the participants, I would like to make sure that they feel the possibility of writing questions on the chat that maybe we can address to our panelists.
At this moment, there are no questions, but please, our participants, feel free to engage in this discussion. We appreciate all your opinions, all your comments, and all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlasta. I really encourage all of you to, in the meantime, write to the chat if that is possible, and if it's not possible, to make sure that all questions are received, and we'll definitely be able to answer. Yes, Daniela.
Yeah, so in the meantime, if anybody would like to ask the question, feel free to do so. So I would just like to take the floor and say something concerning your last comment. What I agree with all of you, yes, we do have money for making changes. However, we have seen from Xenia's presentation, money is available and money will be available. It's more that I think, and I would like this to be the key takeaway message from my side, is that we need the change, as Renata correctly pointed out. So we need to have the change in the mentality, as I pointed out previously. It's also the question of psychology. Being different, making the change requires some effort. It's not easy. And if money is available, this is good. And we will have another call, and entrepreneurs and other stakeholders will apply for money. But before, we need to make the change, because in our analysis, we have seen, as I pointed out previously, that people do call their projects innovative, but they are not necessarily always innovative. So if we just give out money without making this change before, it's highly likely that we will not achieve expecting. So I just wanted to point out to that.
Thank you very much, Daniela. I am recognizing that there is Milos, I think, from the spectators, Milos Mugosa, who would like to say something, as his hand raised. Is this correct? And if it is, Milos, would you like to put your question on the chat? Thank you, Milos. We're seeing you live. Thank you, Irene.
So Milos wanted to comment on great project ideas.
Yes.
You want to comment on great project ideas. So I guess the way to make him comment, Vlasta, is to turn him from spectator to member. And
yeah, we shall try to do that.
Right. Thank you, Irene, for being with us.
Bye. Thank you very much.
If I just can add something about this, let's say, funds for the what we said before about the founding of the let's say biodiversity and also protected areas. Of course, there is let's say a change, and the change must be also from the let's say also the in terms of founding that we found less developed areas in order to activate and enrich them with additional tourist attractiveness, in order that some, let's say, decrease of money from the protected areas can be in somehow closing the gap, activating new possibilities in the new touristic area. So this will be the right way, and with the same amount of money. We don't need new money for doing this this, let's say, management of the touristic flows in the less developed areas.
So Milos, you can now take the floor if you wish. You just have to put on your microphone.
Yes, I hope that you can hear me all now. Thank you all for a very interesting presentation, and congratulate to colleagues from Croatia on excellent organization of this first part of EUSAIR stakeholder conference. I would just like to comment and highlight importance of cross-pillar project ideas that we heard now, that I believe are a great opportunity for protection, first of all, of our natural and other resources. And I hope that these project ideas, once finalized, will be implemented in the new financial perspective 21-27, in order, as speakers and others pointed out, to protect natural resources in the Adriatic Ionian region, to change behave and approach of tourists and also locals from all touristic areas in this beautiful region. So that's just a short intervene and comment from my side on cross-pillar project ideas that we heard previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I correctly assuming you're from Malta?
No, I'm from Montenegro, Facility Point project partner. Montenegro, yes.
Okay, very good to meet you. Apologies, I was mistaking your accent. I think, Xenia, you had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment what Daniela and Istok were pointing out. First of all, regarding the Daniela's point where we have to change our mindset and our way of thinking, this is exactly what the intention with this national plan for the recovery and resilience. First of all, to be able to implement all those investments, we need to make a significant reform of the way the tourism sector is now operating in Croatia. We need a new framework and completely new system for monitoring and managing the development, the future development of tourism in Croatia, which we would like to be, and we definitely opted for this option to be sustainable. And on the other hand, what Istok was mentioning regarding the less developed areas, this is also one of our most significant intentions with this plan and the investments, where we plan to set the criteria to use that money that is available in a way to solve the problems of the destinations that have problems with over-tourism, in a way that they won't be eligible to build something new to broaden and to contribute to the over-tourism more, but to transform themselves and to be more energy efficiently and in any other way. And on the other hand, in the areas that are less developed, of course, we see a great potential to activate their economic and social development with the tourism as one way of development. Yeah.
I would also like to add one thing, Senia, which is very important. I think we need to change our KPIs, because when we're designing investments, we need to have our KPIs very clear in mind. And we have to always remind, especially our governments, that tourism is not about this year. Tourism is not about December. Tourism is not about next summer. Tourism is about 2025. What are we doing in 2025 onwards? This is when we need to really have a forward-looking mind and really make everybody understand that whatever we're planning in terms of connectivity, sustainability, for example, climate neutrality, green investments, education, innovation, it's all something that has to happen in a span of 5 to 10 years time. And this is an exercise of design that we have to always drag our lawmakers with us, even though, of course, when we're talking to politicians, we're always talking to people that they know by definition that they're gonna be here today and maybe they're not gonna be here tomorrow. So we need to make sure that we're always balancing with short-term projects with a longer visual. And I personally find that this is always the most difficult exercise that we at our level are asked to do, but in reality, not having the clear idea of this aspect of tourism somehow jeopardizes everything else, because the reason why tourism is so important and so impactful, and everyone realized now for the very wrong reasons, but everyone, even at the European Union, everyone understood for once that the tourism sector is dramatically important, is because of this feature that it has. So we just need to probably stay strong. And with all due respect to Istok and to Mr. Garida, who was in and out, I think that women are the pillars of this resilience approach and determination approach to actually always make sure that people understand. So I would like to conclude very briefly with all of you. I would like to have all my panelists out now, and please put your camera on. And I want to ask all of you, and I would like to call Milos as well, who joined us as a last minute panelist. Milos, would you like to put your camera on, please? So I need one word from you. What is the word that you want to use to describe the future of tourism. Tanya.
I would like maybe to start first, change the value set.
Okay, change the value set. Okay, Daniela.
Maybe 2 words.
Okay.
Sustainable and resilient.
Isto.
Smart and green.
Milos.
Innovative and with e-solutions, with accent on E.
It was 1 word, by the way. We all decided to do 2, but it was 1 word.
One word, prosperity.
Prosperous. Okay.
Prosperity.
I'm going to join in to great. And I'm going to join in with sustainable. Sustainable, 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 sustainable. You will never say it enough. You will never do it enough. And we'll do this. If you allow me, I would like to thank all the beautiful panelists and all the spectators. I hope you had a good time with us. And thank you very much. Your presentations were insightful and very rich in content. And we really hope all the best for the macro region for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Dear participants, it's time for virtual lunch. We shall have our lunch break for 1 hour, continuing at 2:30. And during lunchtime, you can enjoy video visions of Croatia's best tourist site. Enjoy and bon appetit. Welcome back, dear participants. We will conclude these sessions with a revision of the EUSAIR's action plan. The strategy wishes to encourage innovation and sustainability in all of its pillar sectors in a post-pandemic Europe. Nandine Lakhal from the European Commission's DG Regio will introduce and moderate our last session. And we will open with a speech from Ramon Gensbigalite Venturi of EC's DG Grow, who will speak on the transition of tourism sector to create a more innovative, sustainable and resilient ecosystem. Ms. Lakhal is part of a team supporting the implementation of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, working on facilitating the development of the sustainable tourism and the Facility Point project. Taking part in the communication team of the unit, she also coordinates internal and external activities to raise awareness of the EUSAIR and Interreg IPA.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Stakeholder Conference. So I hope everyone had a nice lunch break, and we will get increased numbers in the course of the next minutes. So as we have heard, this is panel 3 with a focus on user action plan being revised, some first insights, because we want to use this as a momentum for the user and to the revision to be a full bottom-up approach. So I will just quickly share a presentation for those who have not been with us in the morning, just to remind on some points. Just a second. Okay. Okay. So just to remind, the user action plan was adopted in 2014, so quite some time ago. And the user action plan serves as a strategic document for the strategy, identifying concrete priorities for the macro region. And the action plan is meant to outline the scope of the strategy. So that's why we have identified 4 pillars, as well as the topics per pillar on which the cooperation should focus in the area. We have heard today by Ksenia Sliva already the specific objectives per pillar. I have now summarized again just the topics through which the specific objectives should be achieved. Under blue growth, connecting the region where we have the subgroups energy and transport, environmental quality, and sustainable tourism for the region. So there are the three topics I will highlight, especially for tourism, are diversified tourism offers, products and services, and the sustainable and responsible tourism management, including innovation and quality, which have resulted in, as you must know, I hope you know, the flagship projects under Pillar 4, which are all contributing to the topics that I have just highlighted, and also have been discussed, I think, throughout the day, which are important in the sense of education, diversifying the seasonal offer, especially through the cultural routes throughout the day. So why do we need a revision? So first, we have some newly emerged challenges that we have to take into account, but maybe there were also some priorities that have not been included in the past. We have 6 EU priorities for 2019-2024. So the European Green Deal, definitely one that has to be a horizontal aspect for the EUSAIR for all the priorities that will be chosen. We have to make sure that Europe is fit for the digital age, an economy that works for all, a stronger Europe in the world, promoting a European way of life and all the values that we share, and a new push for European democracy. We have also 2 new members. North Macedonia joined in 2020, and San Marino, whose request has been put forward, is in the process of being amended and should be finalized in the next year to become a full member. And to also provide new and better strategic guidance for the region. So I would also like to give the floor to you, to all the participants, to please forward what you think, as we want it to be a bottom-up approach, which new objectives, new topics should be included for Pillar 4, sustainable tourism. Should the old ones, I say, remain and be updated with new ones? And also I would like to give the floor and ask you which other priorities should the user focus on that have not been considered up to now? I remind you the 4 pillars that we have chosen. We have also 2 cross-cutting issues, which are research and innovation and capacity building, but they have not been identified as pillars as such. What do you think should the user revision focus on? And there I would like to please use the chat. If you want, for those priorities, objectives that you would need sustainable tourism to focus on, please put into the chat Pillar 4 hyphen and then your input. For the user as a whole, if you want new priorities to be considered by user, could be education, could be, I mean, use has been already a strong focus of the user so far, but should it become a pillar, please put into the chat user hyphen and then your input. So this would be it for the short presentation. And now, we have heard this morning, for those who have not been with us, that tourism is not only highly vulnerable to climate change, but also a big contributor to it. So EUSAIR, through its governance mechanism, cross-sectoral approach can facilitate the tourism recovery process, which should be considered for the revision. And also, as Director Slavik Tokarski from the European Commission has touched upon this morning, the transition pathway outlines possible scenarios for more resilient, sustainable, and innovative tourism ecosystem, which will be contributing to shared vision for 2030. The transition pathway should serve as an inspiration for EUSAIR for the revision of Pillar 4, but not exclusively, as it will require a cross-sectoral approach. So this brings me to our first presenter, Ms. Ramune Gens-Vigility-Venturi from the European Commission. She works in DG GROW G1, the unit managing the EU tourism policy, among others. Ramune will provide you with a more detailed insight into the transition pathway. But before doing that, just to remind you, please share your insights for the revision of the EUSAIR for Pillar 4 and the whole user strategy into the chat. And also also, we would like to share your questions at the end with the participants. So if you have questions, you can also share them in the chat room. I will screen the chat box and then forward them to the right participants later on, speakers later on. So Ramona, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadine. Indeed, it is well, a great pleasure, first of all, for me to represent our tourism team from the Commission in these discussions. And it is very timely, as Nadine has mentioned, to the revision of tourism pillar in your regions, as we are proposing a tourism transition pathway in the EU. I will try to share my slides now, if I can. Tell me if you see.
Not yet.
Not yet. Probably there is some delay in vision. Anyway, I will start speaking. Well, why did we reflect on the transition pathway for tourism? First of all, there is a clear consensus that tourism has to be more resilient, more sustainable in terms of social and green transition, has to be digitally fit and more innovative if we are to face the future challenges to come. So there is a consensus on that, and there has been an agreement to launch a co-decision process. Do you see the slides now?
No, unfortunately, we cannot see it.
Okay, let me try again. Must be. If not, I would ask maybe. Okay, let me try again.
Okay, wait, something's coming.
Good.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Maybe to enlarge it if you can, but otherwise we can also
Let me try. Is it better?
Perfect.
Okay, excellent. So you probably know that EU industrial strategy has been updated following the challenges that we are all facing in the pandemic. And it has been concluded that, well, all the industries, including tourism ecosystem, needs to accelerate in green and digital transition. How do we do that? Well, the decision was to consult all the stakeholders, and we call it a co-creation process with industry, public authorities, social partners, everybody that is concerned. And well, it is quite symbolic that tourism was the first to launch this co-creation process for the transition pathway, because first of all, it has been affected greatly, as we all know, by the COVID crisis. So the issues to address are really urgent. It of course contributes and suffers at the same time from the climate change. It has to meet the digital goals. There are quite a few challenges. And we also know that tourism is very important in the EU, both in terms of the economy and jobs, and in your regions in particular. So having this in mind, the first to start was tourism transition pathway, and the others are following actually. We will see many more ecosystems in the industry, European industry, coming up with a similar approach. Now, how we have worked, a little bit about the process. We have started in the summer with a staff working document where the Commission has defined scenarios, possible actions and targets, how to transition, right? How to have this twin transition and to build a more resilient tourism. We have launched on the basis of this document a survey, online survey, where we have gathered almost 200 responses. We have followed with targeted workshops with the stakeholders that were selected, well, both from the online survey replies, but also to some other sources, some other well-known stakeholders that wanted to contribute. With the member states, we have been discussing quite extensively, regions, the parliament, the committee of regions. Basically, we try to be as inclusive as possible. The last moment of this process has been on the 16th November, an informal tourism ministerial meeting, where in effect, all the ministries have agreed that the pathway that we are proposing will be the basis for the tourism agenda in the future. The details are still to be defined, and still we are discussing in the coming weeks and a month to have a clearer idea, you know, having gathered all the input from the stakeholders, but we need to agree still on some fine tuning. So our objective is by the end of the year to propose a new document, Commission document. We still don't know in which form, certainly, but it will be a document gathering all the input we have managed to collect throughout this process, and we will propose it for the member states for the council. So we hope that it will be a basis in the beginning of the next year for the EU agenda for tourism. This is our expectation, but of course it's in the hands of the member states of the council. This is a bit of information how the consultation went on again. So the online consultation was quite interesting because it collected a diversity of input, as you can see, from all types of stakeholders in tourism, and all countries have been quite active, including regions. Some examples here of the respondents, so the bigger companies, also smaller businesses, associations, destination management organizations, local and national administrations, etc. The workshops, well, they were formed in 12 targeted topics. We had help of the independent professors, specialists in the area of greening, of digitalization and resilience. And we have gathered quite in an interactive way, even if it was online, all the input. So all this input resulted in the draft documents, draft reports that we have been discussing further on with the member states and other stakeholders. What has emerged so far? For the green transition, the proposed key topics are measurements of environmental impact. So first of all, we all know that data is important in order to be able to measure sustainability. It is clear that we need to reduce environmental footprint. By all stakeholders have to be involved, starting from the transport, but well, all industry, and the circularity also is an important aspect that was resilient in the discussions. Hospitality organizations also are involved, in, for example, minimizing food waste. The tourism industry and the stakeholders have to contribute to the protection of biodiversity and the conservation. Well, of course, consumers are also part at the same end, but they have to be informed of the greener choices that they're facing, so they can indeed make the right choice when it comes to the consumption. A second topic that emerged for the digital transition, some topics that were proposed. So enabling standards and rules for the tourism data to be shared. There has to be a fair regulatory framework for collaborative economy platforms in tourism, and here the Commission is already working on it. Populating digital market for tourism, so an active multi-level tourism data space, where we are also working with the stakeholders. European tourism offer has to be searchable through the open and transparent standards for everybody. Digital capacities of people and organizations. We know there is a gap in digitalization, especially for the smaller enterprises that are predominant in tourism ecosystem. Resilience was the third line of the topics where input was collected on different actions to implement. Here we have talked about inclusive ownership of tourism. So, well, the governance of the tourism ecosystem has to be improved, and there has to be more collaboration. All in all, everybody has to be involved, residents and visitors alike, and it has to be accessible for everybody. And instead of having the vision for the quick income, we have to transition to the long-term perspective. And again, skills, learning, upskilling, and training is very important. And here we are talking about the skills for tourism that we are discussing with the stakeholders as well. What is coming next? Next steps. So, well, as I mentioned, we will have a report, a document produced by the Commission. So hopefully it will be published very soon, before the end of the year. For the moment, we are still discussing with the member states and consulting with their experts for the input to gather. At the same time, we are launching a mapping of commitments for all stakeholders. So we hope to do that through online survey, and we invite very much all of you to participate. The document, the draft transition pathway, will be adopted hopefully by the end of this year or early next year. And as I mentioned again, we do hope that this will be a basis for the EU agenda for tourism. In other words, the work for the Council, be it in a resolution or conclusions, we will see, but we want to have member states also committed and to have some sort of continuation to implement this long-term agenda. And finally, the implementation process will start because we have no time to waste if we want to make a shift. And this will be really a difficult part. Here we have to talk about the targets and the tools and enablers that we need to do. This is just a message. Role of the regions is, of course, crucial, and the cooperation is of the utmost importance if we want to make the transformation a reality. So your work, your projects are very important in this respect. And as well as commitments, concrete commitments and concrete actions to implement the survey. And I mentioned the upcoming gathering, our idea of gathering, mapping commitments. So we would welcome that. I wanted to, I don't know if you can see that well, I wanted to inform you about upcoming workshops. We have launched, but we are nearly finalizing actually a study on over-tourism. So we call it unbalanced tourism growth. There are many terms for that, but it is indeed an issue, although it doesn't seem now in the peak of the pandemic, but the balanced tourism at destination level is indeed a challenge for any destination. So I think nobody is safe from this risk. There are plenty of destinations that have already good examples to share. There are those that are experiencing the beginning of the problem, in particular during the summer seasons or the high seasons. There are new destinations that are experiencing this problem because of the pandemic. So the issue is there, and based on the study, on preliminary conclusions of the study, we are launching a series of workshops already next month. Designed 5 workshops designed on the type of destination. So we will start with the Iceland destinations in Malta, but it will be, because of the pandemic situation, in the end, a hybrid event. And the other events will follow for urban destinations, coastal, rural, mountain, and the final conclusive workshop in Brussels sometime in spring. If you are interested, and I would very much invite you to register, to express your interest, there is an email here where you can contact. These are our contractors who are helping us to implement the workshops. And finally, you might have heard, I'm not sure if in the previous sessions you were informed, our colleagues in Regio have finalized a very interesting study, regional impacts of COVID-19 crisis for tourism. And the conclusions there are, well, they're self-explanatory, of course, that the growth has to be responsible, that a new destinations emerge, and that has to be sustainable development. The digitalization is indeed being accelerated, and it's a backbone of the new tourism ecosystem. And in particular, probably in this context, interregional cross-border collaboration, innovation, and creative ideas are essential. I think that the challenges that we are facing very often do not have borders, and here is where the solutions are in your hands, and we have seen many good projects to address these challenges. Thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to participate further in this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramona. Also happy to always, like we have done in the past a lot of times, to share the links with me, and then I will forward it to the pillar coordinators who then use their networks to make to raise the awareness. So then, now I would like to give the floor to national coordinators from Croatia. And as you know, Croatia takes also part in the Danube strategy, and they just finalized the revision of the Danube action plan last year in 2020 under the Croatian presidency of the Danube strategy. So having learned from that experience, I'm sure they can share with us many lessons learned and which could be applied to the EUSAIR's revision of the action plan. So first, I would like to to give the floor to Sanja Vlastelica, Head of Division for EU Macro-Regions from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, highlighting the political implication that the revision of the action plan could have.
Thank you, Nadine, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel, and I think we've already heard one very interesting presentation. In fact, for me, the whole conference has been quite stimulating and educational. I will not take up too much time because we've decided to share this slot dedicated to national coordinators between the two bodies that share this duty in Croatia, and that is the ministry I come from, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, and the Ministry of Regional Development, the EU funds, from which my dear colleague Mislav comes from. So let me just make several brief key points from our perspective. We very much welcome the discussion on the revision of the EUSAIR action plan. We think it is timely. We think it is necessary. We share the view that this idea needs to be debated and explored. We know that the action plan is conceived as a live rolling document, which needs to be constantly, or at least periodically, evaluated, reassessed. This is intrinsic to the nature of such action plans. After all, what is the EUSAIR action plan? It is a set of political priorities and indicative actions. Priorities may change. Priorities of macro-regional strategies are linked to some other priorities of perhaps higher order, like certain policies of the EU. Those policies and priorities change as well. We have a new European Commission since the end of 2019. There is a whole new look at many things, and a range of new buzzwords we are adopting. And then there's of course, the new 21-27 financial perspective, which is now in the very final stages of programming. Programs and funds are adapting their policies and priorities, and we are dependent on them for the implementation of our priorities. Also, if we look at our sibling strategies, colleagues from Commission may correct me, but if I'm not mistaken, Baltic Sea strategy adapted their action plan at least 2 or 3 times since its inception. Danube strategy, Nadine, you mentioned it, we updated the action plan last year. So for us, it's really not a question of whether we should look to open the discussion. In fact, we already started. And let me use this opportunity to thank the organizers, the TSG4 coordinators and the Commission for putting this panel on the agenda. For us, the real question is how do we use this occasion to not only harmonize our action plan with the new global and European trends and the new sets of priorities, but to fix our strategy as well in the process to make it more effective. My unit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is part of a COREPER directorate, and all my colleagues talk about, I hear all day, digital transition, new EU Green Deal, post-COVID recovery, climate change. We as national coordinators, we can provide the strategic part. We can feed in the debate with policy priorities. But we need to identify the challenges with implementation of our strategy and find ways to overcome them. To do this properly, we would need a crucial ingredient. That would be the insights and input from the operational level, implementational level of our strategy. What are the problems they are facing? what do they suggest as remedies? How do we make our strategy more meaningful to a greater number of people? How do we better stimulate the creation of quality project proposals? This is very important. We think that we need to see what works with our strategy and what does not work, or what could work better. So to conclude, from our side, we would welcome a frank and honest discussion and a sort of a holistic approach, which is twofold. One is strategic updating of our action plan, top down. And number two is overcoming challenges with implementation of the strategy, bottom-up approach. And that was also mentioned a few minutes ago. So I will stop here. If I may, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Mislav for his insights. Thank you.
Please, Mislav, I think you have been well introduced.
Okay, thank you very much, Sanin, and hello everybody. First of all, I'm very happy to participate today on this very important conference, and I would like to thank my colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism and Sports who invited me to be part of this very interesting panel. I think more or less Sanin mentioned everything what is important regarding this topic of the revision of the action plan, and we also heard from the previous presenters some things that should be crucial for this process. I would like a little bit emphasize two things. That we find very important in relation to the experience that we have with the revision of the action plan that Nadine you already mentioned during our presidency in the Danube strategy. So the process of the revision is a familiar process. We don't have to invent the wheel. We just need to set a clear time frame for the process, because okay, if we now or if we now start to discuss about the revision of the action plan in 2021, and I know that also in Isola declaration, I mean, there was a special paragraph regarding revision of the action plan. We don't want to put ourselves maybe in two or three years, and we don't still have the revised action plan. So this should be some process with really realistic time frame, and process that shouldn't take long. Also, what is crucial is that each stakeholder know what is his or her role in this process in order to get relevant information and get the relevant proposal. I cannot agree more with Sanin that this should be done from the bottom-up level, and we should bring it also, of course, to the political level to the confirmation. So this is regarding the process and the time frame. What is also very important is that we are all in this process open-minded. We should be very honest and see what went wrong, because if everything is good, we would not change the action plan. So we need to be very honest and honestly, let's say, discuss what went wrong, what was good, and of course try to adjust this document to the new priorities. We heard today, of course, about the new priorities such as Green Deal, digitalization, migration, etc. So this is something that for sure should be taken into account, but also we should pay very much attention to the new programming period 21-27. we are all aware that in macro-regional strategies, we are discussing about the processes and not the projects, but projects cannot be separate. And I mean, the projects are only, I would say, tangible things that that shows our work in the macro-regional strategies. That's why we should really make a lot of efforts towards embedding process to see where are we now, how we will monitor this embedding process, and whether this should also be part of the action plan. For the, let's say, last word and the conclusion of my intervention, I would like to just make call to everybody who will be part of this process and who will, of course, participate outside of this process, that we should all bear in mind that this is not just a process about the cooperation in the fields that we now have and in the areas that we are now defined, or it will be defined in the new action plan. We are talking about the visibility and promotion of the regional cooperation itself, about the political commitments towards the cooperation from all the countries, and of course about the convergence between the EUSAIR and the policies in participating countries and in the region. So this is a very important thing, and this revision of the action plan will, of course, bring the added value, but it has more wider impact than the effect on the stakeholders who are participate directly in the macro-regional strategy. This is all for me now, and I'm looking forward to the questions and the further discussion. Thank you very much, Nadine.
Thank you very much, Sanja and Mislav. I can only agree that I think an honest approach, also internal honest approach on what we have to change, where we have to move on, what was maybe, I mean, you cannot improve if you don't also are able to accept or agree to maybe, yeah, I don't want to call it mistakes, but like some let's say lesser results that were achieved. And I can also agree that the time frame will be very important. This will also a very specific role that that we have been given internally to the facility points to come up with a roadmap. And of course, knowing for all stakeholders, for the key implementers, let's also say what their role will be is essential. And then also we have also to rely on all the stakeholders in the region to provide the feedback once we would, for example, have a consultation, to please forward your feedback to the to us and share your very honest views on what the revision should look like and entail. So with having said that, we will move on with our speakers. Next, we have Ms. Andrea Jerina from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. Andrea takes the head of National Coordinator for 3 macro-regional strategies, the EUSAIR, the Danube, and the EUSAIR. And I would also like to give her the floor to share her experience on what the revision should focus on and what we need to consider.
Thank you, Nadine. Greetings to all of you from Slovenia and my side too, and congratulations for a very interesting and inspiring conference. So I was asked to share with you the first insight into the process of revision of the EUSAIR and its action plan. And I will not speak only on the tourism, but more generally on the whole EUSAIR. So EUSAIR is not the first macro-regional strategy that we were involved in the revision. Slovenia, similarly as Croatia, also very closely followed the very long revision process of the Danube strategy. And I will share my first initial thoughts also on the basis of this experience. What we can say is that the time to take the stock where we are within the EUSAIR and its action plan is now the right one. Namely, we are implementing the EUSAIR already for 6 years, and the external environment at the global and European level have gone through a very dynamic challenges during this very short period. But the approach to the revision of our strategy and its action plan should be, to our minds, very cautious. As we say in Slovenia, we need to do it with a shaking hand. Why am I saying so? Let's give me 3 reasons. The first one is about the robustness of the EUSAIR and its action plan. 6 years is not a long period, and yet so many critical things were going on in the world. We started our work within the Adriatic-Ionian strategy when we all were still recovering from the economic and financial crisis. Then we were confronted by the migration crisis, and Adriatic-Ionian region was very heavily affected by it. The last 2 years, we are confronted with the world pandemic, the COVID-19 crisis, where again, our macro region is severely hit in all aspects. Just look at the tourism sector and its impact on our GDPs. We still did not come out of the COVID crisis, and a new one, the energy pricing crisis, is knocking on our doors. So 4 major crises during the 6 years of our work within the EUSAIR. But although the devastating consequences of these crises, we did deliver within the EUSAIR, we were not stopped. It seems that the strategy and its action plan are robust enough to be able to deliver meaningful results, even in a drastically changing environment. And I think that this is very important notion we need to have in our minds while we are addressing the possible revision. The second argument goes in relation to the content related. Europe's strategic orientation can be summarized with keywords such as smart, green, connected, secured, and resilient. When we look at the Adriatic-Ionian strategy, our main topics, we also have smart, connected, green, but also secure and resilient. Our pillars are organized around these topics, but through the inter-pillar coordination and multi-level governance, all the pillars contribute to EU top strategic orientations. So in general, we could note that the EUSAIR content is very much in line with the common European strategic orientation, and it's up to date. Is there something of a major importance that is still missing? I do not know. Honestly, it does not come to my mind. At the beginning, we were missing a bit more of a social, society-oriented actions like education, skills, and something like that. But not anymore, as the thematic steering groups gradually introduce them into their scope of the work. Just look at the sustainable tourism, education, and skills flagships, or introduction of green connectivity into educational curricula of schools and universities, or activation of youth through the network of technological parks in all EUSAIR countries that, together with the educational institutions and mentors, stimulate young, from 14 to 29 years of age, to develop and compete on most creative business industries. I'm speaking of POPRI powered by EUSAIR project. So again, we have a feeling that the EUSAIR content is still very much in line with common European strategic orientation, and it seems that recent developments can be integrated into existing strategy and action plan with no major problems. And the third argumentation deals with the driving force, the machine. This is the governance system. If we look at the last 6 years, the first 3 we needed basically more or less to set up our governance structure, to make thematic steering groups operational, so people participating in the work of steering groups had common understanding what they should do and how. It was not easy, to be very honest, as mostly they were left alone and on their own to develop their work method. In addition, we motivated them to avoid silos approaches and to try to cooperate cross pillars too. Again, the work method and its ownership had to be developed within the thematic steering groups and the pillars. And it was. So now, after 6 years, we could be very proud of the results that we have achieved within the EUSAIR. Many important cases were presented and discussed also today. We were front runners in respect of reaching the agreement on the flagships. It means reaching the consensus among all participating countries on a very limited list of topics that are of strategic importance for entire region, and that we all agree that we will do our best to ensure also financial means, meaning that we will allocate national and EU funds under the national responsibility to these topics. This is a major achievement, and it was possible because at the level of thematic steering groups, mutual respect and mutual trust has been created among participating members, and the notion that together we can do better. We need to look at the key factors that are driving force behind the EUSAIR implementation. Also, Sanin and Misla were talking about that. So I would definitely say that the key driving force are pillar coordinators and thematic steering group members, together with the indispensable support of the EUSAIR facility point and the project partners that support them in every step, from administrative support to capacity building, project facilitation, to communication and the visibility. But this structure is still relatively young and thus fragile. We should be well aware of that. It functions based on the mutual respect and trust among the members of the thematic steering groups, among the pillar coordinators. Sometimes, and maybe still too often, the delivery is still very much dependent on personal involvement and lead of some individuals. With the revision, we should not endanger the structure by changing their work environment without previous in-depth consideration on what works and why, and what not. We should not be too ambitious, but rather very careful. We should be very sensitive of their needs and suggestions, listen to them bottom up, and try to accommodate them to the best of our possibility. One wrong move can do a lot of harm to still very fragile governance structure and our common capacity to deliver. So to summarize, yes, it is the right moment to look at the EUSAIR and its action plan, but we need to do it open-minded and with a shaking hand for the true benefit of the EUSAIR and all its stakeholders on the ground. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for the continuation of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Well, indeed, the strategy did evolve over the time, and since we're not bound on regulation, we can rather flexible address new challenges. And like you mentioned, we have included use. It is considered horizontally in the pillars, but the question is for use and for other possibly new priorities. As we have seen in the chat, there are some comments on social dimension, education, inclusion of use, and culture as a horizontal priority, at least, whether we should keep it horizontally or give it an own pillar to have additional specific objectives that target then maybe the project development, the achievement, the goals that we try to reach in the region. This is the question that I'm also want to put out there to the stakeholders that are following us today. Then, thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. I would move on then to Ilir Melo. And as you know, Albania is currently holding the EUSAIR presidency, and it has now the crucial task to steer the revision process. So Ilir Melo is the director of the for the region and neighboring countries from the Foreign Ministry of Albania. He will provide more information on the revision process and share the presidency's program and which importance tourism and also culture will play in it, since Albania, together with Croatia, share the pillar coordination for sustainable tourism. Please, Ilir.
Thank you, Nadine, and it is a pleasure to be part of these discussions today, which has been very informative and fruitful until now. And when I was looking into the title of today's activity, I saw that some of the priorities of the Albanian presidency are involved on that, which means that we have already started in the right way the Albanian presidency. So as you rightly mentioned, Nadine, I will be brief on how it is the process of the revision of the strategy, and then some just shortly on the priorities of our presidency and tourism and culture, as they are part of our priorities as well. You know, a lot of reasons have been mentioned in the discussions that I heard today regarding the needs and the timely process for the revision of the strategy. And I could not add more on that, but just to mention some of them, to give some very specific examples that the revision of the strategy, it is needed right now, and it is timely to do that. It has been mentioned here that, you know, the environment has changed in the 6 years that the strategy has been put into place. And I will not go into the crisis and geopolitical situation and what are some other reasons. I will mention one of them, that it is related to the Albanian priority, that it is European integration. So some of the member countries that they are active part of the strategy, they have changed their position towards the European Union. So they are closer now. So this is another additional reason that the strategy has to be revised, because the environment and the relations between these member countries and the European Union has changed. And definitely, as it has been discussed today in the meetings that we had during the Albanian presidency regarding the revision of the strategy, it is that, you know, this exercise has to be in all the level possible, in the strategic level, horizontal level, as it was mentioned here. But we as a presidency, we have a double role on that, not only contributing as an active part of the strategy as a member, but on the other side, you know, in order to facilitate the process. And I think that it is quite clear for all of you that it was not easy to take the decision. And once, you know, we took the presidency from Slovenia, you know, the first thing that we have been in touch with was, you know, we have to take some action on the revision of the strategy. So it was from the very beginning, in a close cooperation with the other countries and the European Commission, that it is timely, let's go for it. And we had the courage to make the decision and to go on with launching the process of the revision of the strategy, taking into account that it is not an easy task. But at the end, we thought that it is a joint exercise. It is not up to the presidency, but it is up to all the stakeholders and the member the states. So until now, we have discussed this in the first governing board meeting last October, and I will shortly brief you on the decision that we took in this meeting. So, and it is a time frame that we foresee, at least for the initial phase, until the end of this month. We are waiting for the comments and proposals regarding the roadmap for the revision of the strategy, because we do think that it is very much important to have a roadmap, what we want to change, and in the time frame where and when we want to achieve these changes for this revision of the strategy. So until the end of this month, we'll gather, the initial comments and proposals, and then in the let's say by mid-January, end January, we have a clear picture on that. By that time, we'll have a kind of evaluation of the strategy document. So it is an additional information on that. In the next meeting of the governing board, that it will be maybe end of February, beginning of March, we'll have a kind of clear picture to discuss on the roadmap and how we'll go further on with the revision of the strategy. It was quite very encouraging, the first discussion that we had in the governing board regarding the revision of the strategy, but in the same time, we as a presidency, we saw that it is not an easy task in order to combine and to say, to reach a final revision, as Andrea mentioned, with shaking hands, But in the same time, we thought that it is just the initial phase, and it is exactly up to the presidency to facilitate the discussion and, to see all the options that at the end to have a kind of widely accepted results. But in time frame, we don't think that we'll finish it within the Albanian presidency. Maybe the next EUSAIR presidency will continue with the revision, and by that time we might have a final result on that. So this is in general, and I do not want to enter into the details regarding the revision of strategy, but it was very interesting to see, to realize in a meeting that we had several days ago, and Nadine, you have been part of this, with some representatives of the Albanian ministries and agencies, that they are involved with EUSAIR strategy, and mainly with the dealing with the tourism, to listen to their first-hand opinions, how they see the strategy in the future. And I think that this bottom-up approach is something very much important. Then the presidency it is in favor of that, and will continue this process, not only within Albania, but within the other countries and the other stakeholders as well. And very shortly, I just want to share, because it is well known for most of the participants of today's meeting, that the priorities of the Albanian presidency have been a kind of continuation of the previous presidencies and Slovenian ones before. And I think that, this shows the strength of the strategy, this continuation of the priorities. And the first one, it is the youth and all inclusion, and I'm very pleased to hear that this has been mentioned on the notes that have been sent to you, Nadine, that the youth, it is one of the things that the core issue that will be discussed during the revision of the strategy. And I'm very pleased that youth, it is part of our priorities, and a lot of activities will be organized within this framework. And it is a good coincidence that next year Tirana will be the European Cultural Capital. So it is a fantastic combination that will organize a lot of events. Another priority is European integration. I briefly mentioned, and I think it is very crucial important. It goes in parallel with the implementation of the strategy, although it is part of the strategy. Because once we are not the EU member working within the framework of the strategy, at the same time we transform ourselves in order to be able and to move faster towards the full EU integration. And green agenda, it is something that it has been mentioned here, and I'm glad that it is part of our strategy, and it is part of the green agenda for the Western Balkan, and it is in parallel with the Green Deal, EU Green Deal. So it is another reason that we have to revise the strategy in order to give the proper place and the proper attention to all the important issues as a green agenda is, and digitalization as well. And digitalization is also part of the Albanian presidency. And I'm not leaving for the end, but this is very crucial. Tourism and culture, it is something that At the beginning of the presidency, we discussed and we thought that it might be the number one, and it is. It will be according to the activities that we organize, that the culture and tourism, it will be a priority for us, not only because Albania, it is co-chairing the Pillar 4 related to tourism together with Croatia, but because we do believe that tourism, it is very much important for the region, it is very much important for Adriatic Ionian region, not only for our region where Albania it is located. So in general, this is what I wanted for the time being to share with all of you, and I hope that I was not too long on that. But if there is anything, I will be more than happy to answer any question or something that might be in interest of all of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Well, of course, European integration is also important, as we always say. EUSAIR is the enlargement strategy of the macro-regional strategies that is a tool to facilitate the enlargement process, to bring EU policies closer to the IPA countries, and to have a mutual learning process to get closer to EU procedures and processes. And also what you mentioned on use, I just want to highlight also, we, the Commission, are very much in favor, and I'm sure there's also a consensus among the key implementers of the EUSAIR to have use involved in the revision process. I mean, if you really want to take them into consideration in policy shaping, they should be part of the revision process. So I would thank all the national coordinators for their inputs and for let's say setting the scene for the revision process. Now I would like to give the floor to representatives of the tourism ecosystem. First, we have Marie Odren with us. She's Director General at HOTREC, the umbrella association of hotels, restaurants, cafes, and similar establishments in Europe, bringing together 45 member associations in 34 countries. So we all know, and we have heard today, that these service providers have suffered severely under the COVID restrictions and the pandemic, and still do. So Ms. Odren will talk about the measures needed to get the sector back on track, as well as to shed light on who may lead the transformation to resilient and digital tourism sector. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Nadine, and good afternoon to you all. It's really a pleasure for me to have joined this discussion, and I have already heard a lot of words that really resonate with also our approach with in HOTREC. So this idea of bottom-up approach, being close to local needs. Of course, we all know that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. So that's really congratulations and thank you for having me here. As you say, maybe a bit of background. So HOTREC is the European organization representing hospitality, so hotel, bar, restaurants, cafe. We are made by national associations, so Slovenia, Croatia are member of HOTREC, very active. And what I want to say about the sector, because I think it's really important, it's a sector that is so diverse. I think the diversity is very important in the sector. So we have really diversity in terms of size of companies. So you may have big hotel chains, but also over 90% are very small to micro-sized companies, family-run companies. So that's really, and some are located in city center, in coastal area, in rural area. So that's also can be very different approach. And also diversity in the jobs we are creating. I think we have to remember before COVID in Europe, hospitality was about, and tourism about a bit more than 10 million jobs. So that's really significant. And what also is important is that you have very different kind of jobs. So high skilled job, but also unskilled jobs. It's a way of integrating the job market. We had studies before COVID, and over 25% of the workers were young people entering the job market, but also women. So that's really important. So coming to the situation now, and look, I think know all too well that COVID has a devastating impact on hospitality and tourism in Europe. And we see now with the situation that we may face again closure and lockdowns impacting the sector. And what is clear is this is where this idea of ecosystem is important, is that when you close the sector or restrict the mobility within, among our country, you impact many other sectors. So it's food, it's agriculture, because of course we work with, so it has an impact on the territory, which is the territories which are also significant. So maybe coming to the future tourism, of course, I think it was clear that prior to COVID, I mean, our sector was really in the growth, in the investment, in the transformation, but really a successful sector. So how are we going to go back to there? But also maybe it's a way to reflect what we want to avoid, because also COVID, it's a crisis. We have to overcome the challenge, but it's a way to reflect. And I think this is also the importance of this transition pathways approach with the Commission, and what we want to recover, but where we want to maybe do differently and transform. And of course, we are oriented to our consumer preferences. So we know they are changing. We know there is an evolution, of course, to green, to digital, younger generation. It impacts our consumers, our clients, the guests, but also the people who work in the sector, and also maybe the entrepreneur. So this is a time of transformation. This is not always easy, because many companies are really at risk of closing, but we can have this consideration also in the planning of tourism. So if you agree, I thought I would take you through, maybe how in Utrecht we looked at the transition pathway proposal from the Commission, because we think the big topics, resilience, digital green, were about right, but how in Utrecht, what do we think would be important? So certainly on the resilience aspect, which also is about competitiveness, we have such an asset in all Europe and wider European region. This is really important. But of course, we know many crises are coming. People were, of course, COVID, climate, migration. So what is really important is also to equip tourism infrastructure to face those shock, and how to react rapidly and operate efficiently in time of crisis. In terms of the resilience aspect, that's really very important. And this is where you need to work with the business, the destination, the local authorities. But that's really considering that, it will happen, but it will also promote the destination as safe and ready. And that's really, I think, with COVID, and I think my colleague will talk about that after, the mindset and the travelers, this has changed, and this is here to stay, and that's something we have to look at. So really, how we can manage effectively the shock impacting travel and tourism. So that was really important. Of course, how you create a diversified offer, and this is where, again, that's really important in terms of adaptation, innovation. You're going to have, of course, sustainable but attractive offer. It's linked also to cultural, city centers, more rural area, coastal interest. What are the clients' needs and expectation? And that's really important topic. Accessible tourism. This is also something to think about, and how we can elaborate a strategy that looks at making sure tourism are accessible for all. And last but not least, on this resilience, I would put the knowledge base. So, but I'm sorry if I don't really know all about your previous strategy, but of course, to build all this on the tourism ecosystem, this knowledge base about what are the assets, what are the challenges, are very important. And that is possible to do with all the players and the partners. Extending the season, I think it was mentioned. So of course, avoid over tourism and making sure the offer is spread around the year, becoming more also attractive for different needs. When it comes to green, because I think it's very important, and of course we want to play a role in the green transition, and I think we can help that, but it's also something we have to look at. First, I think use a good example that are deployed in some country. I mean, I know colleagues from Slovenia are here, and there may be other initiatives, but I know in Slovenia the tourism sector has done a fantastic job on what, green strategy. For example, in Utrecht, in the hospitality, you have a lot of certification that exist. So Eco-Label promoted by the EU, the Green Key, which is more another label. So really work on those existing tools, not necessarily reinventing the wheel. We work a lot in Utrecht on food waste, single-use plastic. But two aspects that are important. First, we need also the consumer with us. So it's not just the business, but it's also with the consumer, awareness raising. And the second thing is the access to funding for SMEs. As I say, we are mostly SMEs. And unless, and especially right now, but even before, they cannot easily access all those funding opportunities. We all very well know that. So they need local support. They need some support to access because, and I think, they want to do the transformation because this is evident from a business point of view. This is also, as I say, for being attractive as a sector of the economy. But really, they need this easy access to funds. This green transformation is not about, sanction. It's about incentive to the company to do that. I think they don't question the need to do it, but they really need. They see all these funds or these programs, but that seems so far away from them, SME. So that's important. And of course, also the skills. So I've seen in the chat that there were also discussion about education, of course, upskilling, reskilling, working to tourism, hospitality are fantastic jobs. They are difficult, we know that, and we've lost a lot of the workforce. But this is also a fantastic place to work, tourism, culture, hospitality. But also we have to work together with training institute, business, public, private authorities to offer good skilling program and really bring people in terms of either digital or green. Maybe I spoke a lot, so on digital, what I wanted to say is also, of course, very important to have in the strategy. Digital for us in Utrecht is about, of course, data sharing, relevant data sharing, managing the data. How you manage the place and the destination. But we also have an issue in hospitality. Because we have to sort out some imbalance and competition in the market about also the short-term rentals. So, if you want to say the Airbnb, and making sure there is a level playing field. And for example, simple idea, but it's not so easy in the sector. Everyone has a good website, functioning website, good website, digital access. We are a human. Still, we are very much a human business, but the digital is also helping us a lot. So yeah, that can be making sure that you all access the country, the information. So I'll stop there. I hope I've contributed. I'm happy a bit to the thinking. I'm happy to share our contribution to the transition pathways. But again, I think this local approach, regional approach, and sharing and both promoting bottom-up is in co-creation is very important.
Thank you very much, Marie. And I think you answered some of the questions that I actually had for you on, because I also don't doubt that the hospitality sector also wants to change. But like you said, access for funding is one of the issues then in order for them to actually do it. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I would like to introduce our last but definitely not least speaker, Eric Dressin, the Secretary General of ETAA. the European Travel Agents and Tour Operators Association, supporting travel companies towards sustainable future and giving them a voice vis-a-vis relevant stakeholders like the EU institutions, for example. So his contribution is going to focus on what role tour operators and travel agents will play to shape their offer and in informing and convincing the customers to buy these services. Please, Eric.
Thank you, Nadine. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Just fine. So thank you for the invitation. And as Marie explained, it's the first time we attend this kind of initiative, and it's very good to see that it's moving in all directions. It's not only Brussels bubble who talks about sustainability, but we see destinations and local stakeholders, embracing the issue and trying to find solutions. I will try to be short because I think we don't have much time for question and answer afterwards. So I think we need to work all together on that, on the whole ecosystem. So destinations have clearly, and you as a region or macro region, have a role to play in promoting sustainability. When I say that about sustainability for us, which is very clear that sustainability has 3 pillars: the environmental, social, and economics. All of them are equally important. Environmentally speaking, issues, you know it well, and that's what the people want the customers want to see when they are on the spot. Social, many participants raised this issue of education, of inclusion into the tourism ecosystem, local tourism ecosystem, and this is clear that this is essential if you want to have a successful, let's say, tourism policy or project. And economical sustainability. The industry is made of SMEs, most of them, and as Marie explained, so we need to ensure that there is a future for those companies. And this is quite challenging because they don't have all the resources to take up the challenges that they have to. In sustainability, most of the time, at least for travel agent and tour operators, most of the time we are talking about transport. So this is also something very important. And if I look at the macro region you are representing, it will be very, very difficult because you have from tourism based, like in Croatia, Slovenia, based on the roads, but you need to have also planes and boat solutions. So multimodality will be essential in the future. And really invite you to think about this multimodality aspect in in your next program, because it will be a key let's say a key word or a key strategy from the European institutions in the next year. As regard the destination and hotels, so Marie explained it very well, so I will not come back on that, but it's clear that on the spot you need to provide these elements. I think also what is important is that you need to have a grassroots initiative like yours and at a very local level, which is not means that entities like us are not doing anything. In contrary, we are today already since I think 18 months or 15 months in a project called SUSTOUR, where we promote sustainability take-up or uptake of sustainability management in companies, in travel agent and tour operators on the local places. So at destination, but not only at destination, in the source market. And I think it's the way where we can achieve an efficient development of a sustainable offer for the customers, which is a demand. Which raises another point. If you link source market and destinations, you need to sell your destination. And it's where I would like to spend some minutes. Travel agent and tour operators are here to sell a product. And if you want, and we'll see that, if you want to sell a destination, you see that one of the key driver is the price. So sustainable destination or a program or tourism policy in this macro region should promote safe, of course, but also affordable solutions for their potential customer. It's sad that in a way we cannot pass on the price or the full price of the improvement of the investment on the customer, but it's also a reality. And today, when we discuss with players, travel agents and tour operators, you see that the citizen is promoting sustainable tourism, but the client, the customer, we all are reluctant to pay the price of this, let's say, social and moral ambition. There is a sort of discrepancy here that we'll have to take account in the future. So this means that there's a lot of efforts, not only to be done at local place to promote or not to work on sustainability, but then you need to promote it. And there's a lot of initiative you will have to take and to compare yourself with others macro regions or sub-regions, European region, in order to convince the customer that they can make the right choice. And it's where, again, travel agents and tour operators have a possibility to help. So either small travel advisor, small companies, or big players like, multinational, German multinational, I will not mention, have a role to play in helping destination to promote this. We were just mentioning over-tourism earlier this afternoon. This is part also of the sustainability. This is working on another time, other locations for tourists is essential. So to make the long story short, a lot of challenges, but there is a demand. This demand has to be met, and you have here two key elements to, I think, in my opinion, to work on as an intermediary: the price, the affordability. It's tricky, but it's a reality, and a good communication towards the customer, because there will be a lot of, resuming activities and restart of tourism in the future will create a lot of competition between destinations. And here you have a key argument, a key element where you can convince people to go to this area. I will stop here, Nadine, and take questions if there are some. But I think it's a very good initiative to already look at the future, even in the midst of the crisis, because you see that the recent developments are not that positive for us. And we need to prepare for sure the future altogether.
Thank you very much, Erik. I would just see if there are questions in the chat box. Let's see one. But maybe in the meantime, I would ask a question to Erik and Marie. Just as we say, there will be a revision. Topics can remain under the pillars or the objectives, or should new ones be added? So for tourism, the two that we have at the moment are diversified tourism offer and sustainable and responsible tourism management. What do you see, or what do you say should be added? Should new topics be set up? What would be your first thought?
No, I mean, sorry. So the second one you were saying, Nadine, was?
Sorry, you didn't hear me. Diversified tourism offer and sustainable and responsible tourism management.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I mean, the responsible management, but this resilient aspect and the infrastructure, maybe I would add that, and also the promotion of the destination, the communication. But I think that would be interesting to add also, or to put more and public-private partnerships. So it's also how this issue of funding and skilling and promoting this approach as well would be important. Eric, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on that, very honestly, Nadine. The point made on partnership is essential, and again I'll come back on the idea of you need to create the link between the different stakeholders. So of course you look at this topic on the perspective of macro region, but you need to look at the source markets you have to work with, and indeed either promotion or partnership. Promotion in a more traditional way, or partnership may be a useful tool.
Thank you very much. Well, as one of the comments that have been put in the chat regarding what either Pillar 4 or the whole user should focus in terms of revision was from our very own Facility Point project in Croatia, saying responsible and resilient tourism. So matching also what Marie said. And I think also from the feedback on the, education is also a very big point that has been mentioned. And as a new pillar suggestion, maybe social resilience, where in that suggestion that was put forward, education would be included, employment, safety, civil society needs, for example. But also we have heard that there are suggestions to, let's say, improved institutional capacity. So that goes beyond the managing authorities, because at the moment we, with this embedding process, we are having, of course, huge cooperation approaches with the managing authorities who would like them to set up, and we have started meetings to set up a network of managing authorities to better coordinate priorities, to better coordination of calls in the region to also use the funds better and on a macro regional approach. But then there's also this additional comment that has been mentioned or put forward also between sectors and ministries. And just from a meeting in which I took part recently, it's actually important because sometimes, and I don't want to say it's just in the countries, I also have to say in the Commission, but we're also having always huge coordination approaches that sometimes, as we know, you don't know what colleagues in different ministries are doing, that actually activities could be well synergized and complementary to each other. So this, I would just add to that comment that we have seen in the chat box.
If I may add, there is one aspect also that we need to consider. If you look at the macro region or the destination stakeholders, there will be a change in the way the services will be provided, either because it's digital or because it's sustainable. But also you will talk to a new generation of customer very soon. So even when I'm talking with members, we need to think about the incoming travel agent or tour operator, for instance, in a new perspective. To put that in a new perspective, we don't know yet which one, of course, but this is something that has to be discussed in the future. So maybe one aspect for you as a macro region is to look at the next step. What will be the evolution of the ecosystem? And what kind of experience and best practices, not maybe per se best practices, because sometimes it's a bit, as we say in Brussels, the tarte à la crème of the concept where we put everything in it, but really taking stock of evolution in different places. And I'm sure in Albania, Croatia, Slovenia, it's different, but it's always useful to look at this potential evolution.
Thank you very much, Eric. I mean, this is exactly why we have the session today, to get additional input to reflect on for the revision, and also to put on the table to be further discussed, as we have to find the regional consensus, let's say, for the future priorities. Last but not least, because the session is about to be finished, I would like to forward one question to my colleague Ramune, also inspired by a comment from Marie, which would be, how can SMEs get easier access to funding? As we have heard, this is very crucial for the recovery process and also for the transformation in general.
Yes, thank you, Nadine. Indeed, we couldn't agree more that SMEs need support. Well, to give you concrete examples how we're trying to do that, of course, we have a dedicated mechanism at a single market program that is focusing on SMEs. We do have several projects running currently, and we're about to launch soon other projects to support SMEs in resilience. So that's concrete support. Also, we have technical assistance for the member states and regions administrations. We call it technical support instrument, where we have a specific flagship for tourism. And one of the measures, indeed, which we designed in this flagship for tourism, is supporting SMEs. So it's a little bit à la carte, we can say. A member state is free to design these measures, be it a one-stop shop or anything that they consider is important or feasible. So there are some tools. We agree that there is a need to help there. Also, last thing I wanted to mention is the EU guide on funding. The online tool that we wanted to improve and is being updated as well. There, I think we tried to facilitate the access for funding, and especially the difficulty to manage among many different funds for SMEs. So there, it's a tailored instrument to find the right support. But a lot of also responsibility goes for the national and local authorities to find the way to gather the information and to find the right support, be it from the EU or from the national funds. And skills, of course, training skills is nonetheless, it's a horizontal measure that should be everywhere indeed.
Thank you very much. And also just to comment on your on what you put onto the chat box, that of course the transition pathway should be considered, will be important for revision for Pillar 4. I mean, indeed, this will be something that we will also coordinate, the two of us, once we have reached that steps and you have also more outcome. Lastly, if there are no more questions, I would thank all panelists for their contributions. Thank you very much. And I would also like to ask the organizers to please save the chat box, all the comments that have been put forward, especially now for the revision panel, so that we can use your inputs later on, so that they're not just something that we have shared within these 1.5 hours, but that there will be a follow-up that we can also put on the table as discussions within the EUSAIR governance structures. So I would very much thank Sanin, Mislav, Andrea, Marie and Eric for your presentations, and Ilir, last but not least, of course, to mention. If you have any questions, as we have heard before in the penalty, you can always contact us either through the organizers to reach out to us, or if you have our contacts, of course, always reach us directly. I thank you very much for this interesting panel, and I wish you a good afternoon.
Thank you all for participating too. And in the end, the final conclusion will be given by Tonči Glavina, State Secretary for Ministry of Tourism and Sports.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Hello, everybody. Best regards on behalf of Ministry of Tourism, of course, myself. Dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, we are at the end of EUSAIR Stakeholders Conference, and it's time to sum up all our opinions, to conclude priorities, to check what are the main mechanisms to reach them, and to find out is there will and how to do it. The first aim of the EUSAIR Stakeholders Conference was to give visibility to the strategy and its very concrete goals and priorities. Our first panel was dealing with the topic of sustainable management of cultural routes in EUSAIR. EUSAIR member state stakeholders, experts and cultural routes managers presented best practices in storytelling and cultural tourism products on the routes. So maybe let's start then with our first conclusion. We have heard of the participative dynamics of sustainable tourism, of transformative and innovative actions, of diversifying policies in product development around the core of the culture and heritage of destinations. Culture gives the recognizable and desirable profile to destinations, moves people to new spaces. Finally, this brought us to the conclusion that all of that cannot be achieved without the inclusion of communities and small local enterprises who are necessary, are the part of the process of developing sustainable tourism and cultural routes. So This is the basic structure we build upon introducing interpretation, storytelling, and story doing, or smart ways as a part of innovative thematic culture or tourism product. Cultural routes present a powerful tool to diversify the offer of EUSAIR, to redirect tourism flows, to overcome seasonality, and to introduce new tourism, interactive, and hybrid products, combining creative and gastronomy, biking and photo tourism, slow and well-being tourism, etc. The second panel continued with discussions on over-tourism and recovery in the light of trends and perspectives and implications for all sectors closely linked to tourism, in particular in terms of future projects, the EUSAIR flagships. Second conclusion thus pointed towards EUSAIR as a fragile area, very much endangered by climate changes, by its own attractiveness, and by dangers such as COVID pandemic. Although we are very much aware that the worst affected countries by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 were those highly dependent on coastal and sea tourism, what we have also learned is that challenges usually bring new ideas to the table. They bring new unexpected solutions. Changing values of our visitors, need for safety, security, or open, authentic spaces obviously can provoke new responsibility as well as integrated approach to EUSAIR destinations management. In order to reach the crisis, joint innovative businesses models were introduced through cross-pillar projects, including the care for environment, both natural and cultural values and environmental structures, pointing towards green transition, digitalization, multimodality for climate resilience, integrated, responsible, and smart management of spaces. Third panel concluded with the topic of the revision of the EUSAIR action plan, encouraging innovation and sustainability in all EUSAIR pillar sectors in a post-pandemic Europe. We have heard about the transition pathway for tourism for a more resilient, innovative, and sustainable ecosystem as a stimulant for the revision of the EUSAIR action plan. Stakeholders pointed out that sustainability will have to be the driver for the mid- and long-term plans of EUSAIR destinations. Raising awareness of the efforts as regards to sustainability will be essential for destinations, and competition will be hard. A more sustainable, digital, and resilient tourism and hospitality ecosystem can undoubtedly become a reality. Hospitality sector and services, tour operators, and travel agents will have a key role to play in helping destinations to shape their offer in an informing, educating, and convincing the customers to think responsibly. Education and trainings will be necessary in order to provide understanding of possibilities for responsible and sustainable tourism products. The EUSAIR action plan started its process of revision. It will build upon the previous actions and flagships. It will need a roadmap and well-defined terms of references, but diversification and sustainable management of tourism remains at the core of this future process. Thank you very much for participating today, and we're hoping that all of us have learned a lot and benefited from the conference today. Best regards from Zagreb. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glavina, and of course, once again, thank you all for participating. Stay safe in Croatia, but in many other countries too.